Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of true, scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. Hi. I know the developers of the game Fears to Fathom probably won't see this, and I couldn't find an email to contact them directly, but I came across this trend and decided to share my story here. Maybe it'll inspire someone, or maybe there are others who have experienced something similar. This is a true story from my life. About a year ago, I was transferred to a new school in Lower Austria, in the village of Krumbach. The building used to be a hotel, but now it houses Krumbach School. It's located on a mountain and is surrounded by dense forest. At first, everything seemed normal, but being near the forest gave me an eerie feeling, especially in the evenings. Things got even stranger when they took away our personal phones for good. Instead, we were given IP phones that only worked within the school. It felt strange, but we got used to it. The cameras installed all over the school and the strict supervision by the teachers gave the impression that we were constantly being watched. About 6 months later, during a lunch break, I decided to call my mom, but instead of her voice, I heard birds chirping. I thought it was a glitch and tried calling again. This time I heard different, strange sounds, as if from some distant, empty place. Then I heard a deep, haunting sound, like the echo of an ancient temple. It gave me chills. In spring, while we were clearing a path in the forest, we found a strange wire, as if it had been set up as a barrier. It looked like it could have been electrified, but there was no power running through it. Thank you for reading my story. If you want to check out more about the place, here's the school website, krumbach.school. I'd love to hear your thoughts, questions, or any ideas. Maybe it could help explain something. Thankfully, I no longer study there. I didn't like the conditions, and the food was terrible. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my friends in northern New Mexico. I've been to this specific camping spot since I was a kid. I never felt scared or anything of it until we went back this most recent trip. We arrived at around 6 to 7 p.m. at night, so it was already dark. So we set up our tent quickly and went to bed, but couldn't sleep because of how quiet it was. There wasn't a bug or bird or animal sound all night, and into the morning, and we were creeped out all night. When we left the following morning, I was taking pictures on the way out, and I recently looked at them about a year ago and noticed something that looks like a being standing behind a tree. I don't believe that it was a burnt tree or log. It looks like you can see a small space between the tree and whatever the object is towards the bottom of the tree. Any ideas of what it could be? When I was younger, I was camping alone on my grandparents' land. I had planned to only stay a few nights, but after this, I left after only one night. I was laying in my tent watching a show, about to go to bed, when my phone all of a sudden died. I thought it was weird, but I thought maybe I wasn't paying attention to my battery. So I got out of my tent to go pee in the woods, when I heard, "Josh," from my recently deceased grandpa. So I throw my head around and all I saw was this odd-looking deer about 300 yards away. Its body was very bony, and its eyes looked not right. I heard it again. Josh. But this time it didn't sound right. It made my blood run cold. It sounded like there was something stuck in its throat, and as I was staring at this thing, it started running after me. So I just started running in the opposite direction, when I remembered my grandfather had a shotgun in the shed ahead of me. So I ran as fast as I could, but I could hear it catching up to me, yelling, "Josh, come here," in this low voice. I just kept running towards the shed, and as I made it to the shed, I whipped open the door and found the shotgun, and I looked towards this thing and saw that it had almost caught up to me, so I started shooting at it. The thing fell to the ground, and all it said to me was in its voice of my grandpa, "Josh, why?" I ran towards my tent to grab my phone and charger to call the police, and I plugged my phone in and ran towards the thing with the shotgun to make sure that it didn't get away. And by the time I got back, the thing was gone. I laid in my tent with the shotgun that night, not getting any sleep, afraid that that thing would come back. And I never stayed there by myself again. I figured I'd post this here to get some thoughts after I've terrified my wife. I want to preface this that I have hunted and hiked in the region since I was 9 years old. I am very familiar with the wildlife and the sounds of the forest. I'm not really a believer in any of this sort of thing, but I don't have an explanation for what happened tonight. I hiked about 1.5 miles through forest and swamp hunting deer today, and got to the pocket of woods and field that I wanted to be in, and climbed a tree to hunt out of. By all accounts, this was an uneventful afternoon and evening until sundown. For about 30 straight minutes, I listened to a rabbit be tortured and just wouldn't die. If you've heard a dog or hawk get a rabbit or hunted rabbits, you know what I'm talking about. When they're distressed, they scream bloody murder. And this just seemed to continue forever. Naturally, this can make you on edge, but I figured a hawk got it and just wasn't killing it. Then the sound of a twig snapping in silence. The rabbit stopped. Through the thicket, I could make out a figure, vaguely deer-shaped, moving through the woods about 35 yards away, so I grabbed my bow. But the undergrowth is far too thick for me to pick out much more than a rough outline. It walked behind a tree and disappeared. The sun is now fully set, and I am in the last 15 minutes of post-sundown light. And I hear in a flat, emotionless child's voice coming from where that deer disappeared. Help. 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 No fluctuation or distress to the voice. Not said as if it was asking for help. Just a statement. Help. 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 It said that probably 15 times, and then the woods went silent. There wasn't even a breeze to make a sound. Then, a crack of a limb of a tree snapping, and all heck broke loose in the woods. Squirrels, birds, and deer suddenly shot out of the woods like bats out of heck, sounding like an absolute stampede through the forest. And then, silence again. To make things worse for me, I lost my hat clipped light on my walk in, and had to haul 1.5 miles through the woods back to my truck in darkness. My path only light by tonight's full moon. Update. I went back to the woods this morning. Last night, after getting back to my truck, I called a few friends to let them know what happened, and then had a relatively sleepless night. This morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided that I needed to return. I grabbed my hunting dog, called up a buddy to come with, and set out back to those woods. First, I drove around the property. Nobody was parked at any trailheads, so there shouldn't be anyone around. We took a long way around, heading north to get to the woods, a few miles from the parking area, stopping to talk, look for an animal sign, and listen as we go. We approached the woods from the south, keeping on the outside of it in a tall, grassy, wet field. As we approached within 200 or so yards of where I heard it last night, we stopped to talk for a moment and plan how best to go into entering the woods. This isn't some manicured forest that's easy walking. The undergrowth is dense and filled with thorny shrubs and buckthorn. Whereas yesterday and in weeks past this area was teeming with life, deer, pheasants, hundreds of turkeys and their poults, crows, squirrels, and rabbits. Today, this woods and fields were completely silent. As we discussed this, I realized my dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. She normally wears a bell, or the metal pieces of her collar are sufficient for me to hear where she is, but it's silent. She wears an e-collar that I can press a button, and it'll make a beeping noise that I can hear. I press that button, and silence. I yelled for her. Silence. Then, coming from the forest ahead of me, I hear the yelping of my dog in pain. Loud and clearly my dog. I look at my friend and take off towards the woods, calling and beeping the collar, and calling and beeping the collar and waiting. Back to silence. I look at my buddy and he asks, "What are you doing?" as if he hadn't heard it. We stop and wait for a moment on the edge of the woods. I call one more time and finally hear the jingle of her collar coming up to me, completely unharmed from the opposite direction of where I thought I heard her crying. Confused, we distance ourselves from the woods again and continued north along the edge. Again, we neither heard or saw any wildlife. We found a few spots where things were recently killed, staining the ground with rotted blood, but no signs of anything living. Eventually, we turned back, and as we crossed the same spot I thought I heard my dog, my friend stopped. He looked at me in a panic and said, "Oh crap, your dog," and took off running to the woods. I called after him asking what he was doing, and he said he heard her clearly crying in pain in the woods, and was as confused as I was when I said I heard nothing. Just the same as when we first walked by and I was the one who heard it. I could see my dog in the opposite direction, smelling around and totally unharmed. I called to my friend that the dog is fine and was over by me, and we rushed out. For those that might ask what else it may be, I have heard my dog yelping before. That was it. It doesn't sound anything like coyotes or wolves. I know for sure that I won't be returning to that area again. This isn't my experience, but rather my friend's dad. His story goes like this. I was going about my usual hunting trip, turkey shooting. I had a stand set up in a good spot where the turkeys went to rest during the night. I sat posted there for several hours, only breaking focus to relieve myself or eat. Night comes and I eventually hear noises coming from a small meadow area where the turkeys are usually found. I forgot to mention that I use a bow during night hunting, as I find it more peaceful and more productive. Anyway, I made aim and was about to release, but suddenly, something in the back of my head told me to put down my bow and stay still. A feeling of pure fear and adrenaline hit me, and I don't know why. It was just a turkey, right? Well, hours passed, and it's finally 7 a.m. Light out. I get down, get to my truck, and peel out of there like my life depended on it. A few days later, a news report comes on my local paper that a man had been kidnapped, violated, and killed a 20-year-old hiker in those very woods at the same day that I was there, not 30 minutes after I left. This may seem fake, But after this encounter, my friend's dad got rid of his hunting gear and forbids my friend from ever hunting. And he is a hardcore conservative hunter who was a former Marine. I didn't think anything scared him, but seeing his reaction to us talking about anything wildlife related, he goes silent and simply says, "You're not going out there, and if I catch you out there, I'll whoop you." Let me know your thoughts on this story. So I had to share this weird experience that I had when I was younger that still pops in my head time and time again, leaving me confused to this day. So I want to give a little bit of a pretext before explaining this so you can get a full grasp of this. I grew up in the woods with no neighbors and completely surrounded by federally protected land from the wildlife refuge. We were the only house on this long stretch of road that leads to the parkway, so besides cars passing by, it was a very isolated and secluded from society. Let me also tell you, I knew these woods like the back of my hand. I knew every tree and was outdoors from dawn to dusk, even sometimes sleeping in a tent outside. I was a wild, feral child, and rather be out than indoors. So now let me explain this weird happening I came across one day. I was probably around 9 or 10, and I believe it was around September. It was a gloomy day with off and on rain showers all morning. This was my favorite time to go out and walk around the woods. Everything always felt fresh and serene, as you could hear the sound of raindrops tapping on the leaves, and the blue jays calling from all over, and the smell of cedar trees and damp soil. So I make my way to the woods directly behind our house, and walk behind a huge brush pile, and immediately notice something so freaking strange and unbelievable. There was this large stump from a tree that was cut down, and on top of this stump was this decorative foil that was pink on one side and silver foil on the bottom, and it was covering the entire top of the stump. On this foil was yellow Easter grass you find in Easter baskets, and it was spread around the top of the stump and was wet and limp. There were like 3 plastic Easter eggs as well, and some jelly beans scattered around the yellow grass, and some chocolate eggs wrapped in foil, most already eaten with just the wrappers crumbled up. Everything was wet and looked creepy as the backdrop of gray skies, rain, and nothing but trees and an eerily silent forest set the scene. So what immediately freaked me out was Easter was months and months ago, and the more scary fact that it wasn't there the day before. So who did this and why? Remember, no neighbors or people around, and it's located on a part of our property that had a huge brush pile covering that area, making that area a blind spot. But behind that whole area goes right into the wetlands and is all a dead end, and the only entrance to our property was from the driveway, which was on the opposite side. Everything else is surrounded by marsh. Also, whoever set this up was trying to stay hidden and out of sight. The scene of this burns so vividly in my head and always creeps me out and leaves me with more questions than answers. Anyway, let me hear your thoughts. I wanted to share a truly bizarre, terrifying, and unexplainable experience that I had growing up. To make note, my childhood home was a hotbed for paranormal activity. I could honestly write a book with the amount of stories that I have, but this one was different from all the rest. So to start off, we lived on a small stretch of secluded highway in a wooded area. Our home was nestled on a plot of land that was a few acres, and the area surrounding us was federally protected land of the wildlife refuge, which means unless your house is grandfathered in, then no one can purchase land or build in this area, so we had no neighbors. Our house was a 300-year-old colonial house and held a lot of history. There was knowledge of Native Americans once residing there, and a lot of old war stories with the Civil and Revolutionary War happening on that land. There was definitely a heavy negative energy in that house and property. You always felt like you were being watched from every angle of the woods, and so many people who visited would become uneasy immediately and state their discomfort and need to leave. My family and I have countless stories we experienced individually or with one another. This particular experience was shared between myself and my two brothers. So, like many nights after dinner, my dad would tell me or one of my brothers to go out back and feed the dog. This was a scary task, because it would be pitch black, and our dog wouldn't be near the tree line of the woods, which, for some reason, that section of woods would give all of us an uneasy feeling anytime we went near it, and it didn't matter the time of day. It was always creepy, but being at night was definitely terrifying. So no matter which of us was told to go out and feed the dog, we would never leave a man behind, and would always go out in a trio, because we knew better than that, because we wouldn't want to be left to go alone when it came our turn. So on this particular night, I was probably around 11 years old, my brothers being 10 and the other 7. So we would always do the same thing. Whoever was told by Dad to feed the dog, they were the one who would carry the bowl out, and the other 2 would huddle close with the person with the bowl in the middle. We would walk extremely slow, all of us looking different directions, surveying the property but keeping conversations very lighthearted, and being silly to keep from getting scared before completing the task. So once we reached our dog, this is where the person holding the bowl would get screwed, because right before you had the chance to put it down, the other 2 siblings would scream something scary like Jeepers Creepers or the Jersey Devil, while running back to the house. So you would be left standing alone before getting the chance to run with your siblings. So on this night, my brother was the one who had to hold the bowl, and as we walked out to head across the backyard, something felt off, like the air felt static and charged, like how it feels before a lightning storm, and we could hear our dog barking like crazy, which was unusual. And as we got into the sight of our dog, we see him standing on his hind legs with the leash pulled completely tight, because whatever he was barking at, he was trying with all that he had to break out from that collar and go after it. That's when we heard loud branches snapping, and looked towards the direction our dog was barking in. We then see this giant black stick figure that was as tall as the trees. It was walking over this huge brush pile, which was why we were hearing branches breaking. The way it walked was almost mechanical in a way, and its presence felt very ominous and gave us a very dreadful feeling. At first, it seemed like it didn't notice us and was just walking by, but then it turned towards us, and that's when we booked it. My brother throwing the bowl of food in the air and feeling like our legs were jello. We all saw the same thing, and it scared us so badly, and unlike many stories you hear, my parents actually believed us. Anyway, fast forward years and years later, and I was having a conversation with my coworker, and we would talk about paranormal topics quite a bit. So during this conversation, she ever asked me if I heard of Native American stick people, and as soon as she said it, I knew what she was referring to. She then tells me about these giant stick figures out in the woods that Native Americans have seen, and are supposedly a totem of evil spirits. And if you encounter one and it goes after you, then it can possess you and cause you to do harm. I was so freaked out, because up until then I had never heard of such a thing. But knowing the Native American history of that land, it makes me believe that they are related. Can anyone think of a wild animal in the United States, the Pacific Northwest specifically, that could repeatedly scream for help in a distressed, deep, middle-aged man's voice that's not human? So backstory. I live in the Pacific Northwest, in a fairly populated but still mountain town. I specifically live on roughly 425 feet of riverfront. Last night at around 9:30 p.m., myself and my partner started hearing an initially distant, indistinguishable voice screaming in a state of panic and distress. We live near a populated trailhead, and a few times over the years people have somehow wandered down our road late at night, sometimes inebriated, sometimes in small groups, sometimes transient. So when we started to hear an erratic voice, we got up, started initially checking the perimeters of our house and the road. There was absolutely nobody out there. However, over the course of the next couple minutes, the voice got louder and louder, and obviously closer, and it was screaming at the top of the lungs for help. I say help in parentheses because it was a little difficult to make out. It sounded like a not fully enunciated help. However, whatever it was clearly in extra distress, screaming for its life, yelling help. We could only make out help, with help with a soft P if that makes sense. But the words sounded the exact same way every time. There was no variance or other sounds, just the word help, back to back in the most distressed voice I've ever heard. With how quickly the screams were approaching and a weird echo to them, we quickly realized whatever was screaming for help was actually in the river, actively being pulled down the river current. Our river is wide, fast-moving, and dangerous at this time of year. There was no other way for a voice to be approaching so rapidly, and from the location it was unless they were in the river. We see and hear a lot of kayakers and know how their voices travel down there. So over the course of about 3 minutes, we hear what was a distant cry for help, work up to the point it's so loud it sounded a few feet away, then slowly getting softer until we can no longer hear the screaming. Again, this sounds like a deep middle-aged man's voice, and the screams are approximately 2 to 3 seconds apart, just back to back. At first, we tried to convince ourselves that it was an animal. We do see a lot of wildlife here. A herd of elk practically lives on our property, and we see bears and wild cats. We initially thought a young elk fell in the river, but no. We Google just about every animal distress call, scream, fight sounds, etc., and nothing even comes close. I've always heard coyotes can scream like people, but definitely not an older man. I've heard bears can yell deep. However, they have absolutely no definition to their calls. And elk are way more high-pitched, and same for all our local wildcats. Even the birds of prey and ravens that can mimic sounds can't sound like this voice did. Initially, I called the non-emergency line because I wanted to convince myself that it was an animal. However, they quickly patched me over to 911 and said that I was the third call for the same thing. So apparently the voice was strange and concerning enough that even more wilderness-raised and savvy neighbors were concerned, and the police department took it very seriously. Then, the more I thought about it, I started to think, if I was in a freezing river fighting for my life screaming for help, I might not yell as clearly as possible due to the pure state of panic, distress, and attempt to stay afloat. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure it was a person. 911 sent out 2 police officers. They were extremely nice, and they took the call seriously. But with just 2 of them, all they had were flashlights and a chainsaw, and they kinda just walked down to a few spots at the river and peeked around. When our city has genuine suspicion of a person in the river or a lost hiker, they send search and rescue in a helicopter. They did not do this last night. I told my partner I wouldn't be surprised if the next morning when it's daylight someone finds a body at their river spot. But it's getting later in the morning, and I've kept my eye on the police scanner and the local social media pages, and I haven't seen anything. Now, I'm back to really hoping that it was an animal. So tell me, does anyone know of a wild animal that could sound like that? What are the chances, if this was a human man, that he pulled himself out somewhere down the line and got help? Or do we think it's just a matter of time until someone reports him missing, or we find a body down the river? Minor update. Within the last 15 minutes, a helicopter has begun tracing up and down the river and circling at an area a ways past my house. So I'm feeling a little discouraged that it was likely indeed a human. That being said, I haven't seen anything on any social media, and usually my local police posts updates about stuff like this, if it was a human, very quickly. Also, the locals usually buzz about things like this on social media, and I see absolutely nothing posted, so I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Update 11/27/24. My update isn't super informative, but I know people were interested, so I'm back with everything I learned and processed. After thinking things over, I am absolutely 100% positive that it was a person, or if not human, a cryptid, and not an animal that fell into the river. No animal sounds that I could find were deep enough and made well-formed enough sounds constantly back-to-back like that sounded like help. Even later addressed, peacock was too abstract, goat was too bleatly, and the inconsistent, and it was not a bird. I've worked with corvids, and we do actually have 2 ravens that live on our property, and this was not them. The sound was in the river, low, and traveling with the current, so not where the ravens hang out, and not their voice. I can recognize a crow and a raven voice, although yes, they can talk and mimic quite well. This was not a corvid. This scream for help was extremely distressed and consistently the exact same word over and over again. I'm just assuming because they were struggling, their screams were a little hard to make out the full enunciation of help. I think I got stuck on not trying to overreact, so I tried to convince myself that it was an animal, but it's very clear that it was human to me at this point. I called the park rangers, and they hadn't heard anything about someone falling in, or search and rescue being utilized, so nobody looked for this person, and obviously no body was found or recovered. The river I live on is wide and wild. People die almost every year for trying to swim before the current dies down in the early summer, so it's quite dangerous. That being said, right after my house there is a bend where the river gets wider. More rocky, but also has very flat and fine rock bank strip on each side. So I'm hoping that someone fell in and was able to crawl out at the bank right around the corner. I talked to a couple friends who work in search and rescue, and they also said unfortunately sometimes bodies are pushed down and caught under rocks, especially in wild conditions, so they can go literal years without being discovered. We had no power in the neighborhood. We had just had an extreme storm and the river was at a crazy high and super dirty and full of debris from the storm, so it was an awful time to fall in. People were outside enjoying bonfires down by the river and drinking up the road. So maybe the theory about someone being a little too drunk and falling in was correct. I would like to think if the person didn't crawl out, there would be some sort of missing persons report at this point, but there isn't. But again, my friend who works in search and rescue reminded me that a lot of people solo hike in my area and can be on their own for weeks at a time, and not everyone has a family who would report them missing. She recanted, finding many bodies trapped under rocks in rivers that were not reported that had been there for a while. So again, I really don't have an answer, but my mind stopped being restless and felt positive about someone crawling out at the bank around the corner, and them just being too embarrassed to post publicly about it. So I'm going with that is likely what happened, and that everything is okay. But I guess I can't say for sure. If anything changes, I will update again. Otherwise, I think this is all I'll ever know. Maybe no news is good news here. I remember seeing a post in here, or maybe some other similarly creepy subreddit. Someone's walking in with their friends in the woods, somewhere desolated or abandoned. They hear drumming and weird fake laughter, and find a group of people in brown robes perambulating. I have a particular personal interest in this story due to a scary story that I heard firsthand immediately after it occurred. I'm hanging out with my friend in our New England college dorm, located about 10 minutes off the main campus in a relatively large town in a rural part of the state, when someone we know comes in distressed and out of breath. He explains that he happened upon a man and a woman, both dressed in brown robes. I honestly can't remember exactly how he described the situation. Blame that on all the pot that I smoked in the dorm maybe. Other than the couple acting oddly, they quickly noticed he was present, and immediately, or maybe just the man, started chasing him, so he ran to our dorm as fast as he could. And this was a guy who was on the track team. Something as unremarkable as brown robes isn't enough for me to assume that two stories are connected, but I think that this tenuous commonality is why I'm so fascinated by the video. So I'm back again, and here to share another creepy story. If you've read my other post recently, you know that I mentioned about growing up in the woods, in a secluded area, and that the house and property I live on was a hotbed for paranormal activity and strange occurrences. I honestly believe the land was cursed by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. Anyway, we always had a ton of pets, and even had a small personal farm with all sorts of animals. For some reason, though, we had horrible luck on keeping anything alive. Our pets would die in the strangest of accidents and gruesome ways. Nothing would live long, and we constantly dealt with death. So obviously, with so many deaths, we began to grow quite a large pet cemetery in our backyard. What was strange and unexplainable was what happened after we buried them. So I remember going to visit the grave of a recently buried pet, and noticing that it was dug up and its head was missing. This happened every time, and we all thought that it was a fox or some other wild animal. This would go on for years and left us completely confused and honestly creeped out. One day our dog, who was very old at this point and on his way out, was put down at the vet's, and we brought him home to bury him. We wrapped him in a white blanket and had to dig a very big hole because he was a huge dog, about 6 feet in length, and also weighed a lot. 2 days later, after we buried him, my sister and I are way out back to visit our dog's grave. As we approach, I notice something off. There's a pile of dug up dirt, and there's some white sheet exposed from the ground. Something dug up our dog, and it dug where the head was located and took it from the body while leaving the body still buried and untouched. This immediately scared me to death, because I now knew that this was not a fox or some other wild animal, because there was nothing that would be able to take that head, considering the size of my dog's head. It's completely not possible. This now left us all creeped out and wondering what could possibly do this and why it was doing this. Also to mention, because the horrible luck we had with animals, we really began to think that there was something wrong with us, and we couldn't understand how this constantly happens and what we were doing wrong. Well, after finally moving from there years and years later, we now had zero issues with pets dying, and managed them to all live out to the old age. Thus we realized it was not us, but something seriously wrong with that property that was impacting the animals. Might I mention, it wasn't just animals either. My baby brother also died on that property. He suffocated while laying in bed and was unable to be resuscitated, Another incident happened in the middle of the night. A priest was driving down the highway when he suddenly struck the telephone pole next to our mailbox, and his car drove up the pole, shooting it up in the air, which he then was ejected out of the windshield and died in our front yard. I remember finding his Bible the next day in the grass. We almost did not make it either, when one cold January night while my dad was away in another state working, my siblings and I, along with my mom, all huddled up in the living room near the wood-burning stove keeping warm, while we camped out with our pillows and blankets watching movies. I, who was sleeping, suddenly awoke from my sleep and said calmly, "The house is on fire." This startled my mom, which prompted her to investigate, and it was in fact on fire. We all managed to run out with just the clothes on our back, but the house, which was 300 years old and made of cedar wood, went up like a match and literally burned to the ground, leaving not even a beam behind. If I had never woken up to say that, we would have most likely been killed from the fire, especially with how fast it happened. This land had a history of tragedy, and even in current day, it continues to harvest more negative energy by destroying everything that steps foot upon it, causing more torment and pain. It's been 19 years since I moved away, and I still to this day constantly dream of the property multiple times a month, and my siblings and mother do as well. It's like we can't escape it. I only remember bits and pieces of this story, but my mom and husband filled me in. This happened in 2018. My parents, my husband, and I were driving to Indianapolis to see some family. I'd found out about my husband's 4-month emotional affair with his unstable ex, and I was really struggling and I felt extremely alone. His ex had tried to break us up, and I was afraid that she'd succeed because of how manipulative she is. I lied and told my husband that I was having a cigarette, while actually I went to the bar. I ordered 2 double vodkas with a splash of orange juice. I was really connecting to the bartender when she said that they were closing. She gave me another bar that was close by. I was already feeling relaxed when I got to TGI Fridays. I ordered 2 more double vodkas and I was wasted, so I went outside to have a cigarette to wake me up. I was leaning against a light pole in the parking lot. Time passed and I suddenly realized that I was being walked and pushed into a car. Suddenly I heard my mom yelling to stop, that I was her daughter. This creepy man was challenging her on whether we were related. It was insane, and I don't remember much, but I do remember him trying to steal me. This guy would not give up and was basically holding me hostage. That's when my mom said that she'd call the police. He drove away so fast that his passenger door was open. My mother and husband told me later that they tracked my phone and came to see where I was. I had my phone in my purse, so I don't know if the guy got rid of it or what, but it's really scary. They found my phone discarded. Then my mom called 911 because I was extremely drunk and I wasn't making sense. I woke up in the hospital. I was tied down because apparently for my safety. When I actually woke up, I had huge bruises on my arm from the guy trying to get me in his car, and also an incredibly huge bruise on my chest. I didn't know what happened, but I felt guilty and never really understood what happened. Update: my husband and I worked it out, by the way, and we're good now. I was a child between 5 and 10 years old. I remember bits and pieces of this story, but some of it is what I recall my mother telling me years ago. My mom had a friend we grew up with, Donna. Donna and her daughter came over to hang out with my sister and I numerous times, having sleepovers and the like. One time, Donna was fighting with her boyfriend, and I guess had fled to our house during the breakup. Or maybe she was already over when her ex freaked out. Either way, I remember being hurried into my sister's room by Donna, along with my sister and Donna's daughter. Donna flipped my sister's full-size bed on its side and had us lay down against the wall with the mattress and box frame leaning against the wall above us. Then moved the dresser to the door. I closed my eyes and covered my ears because I was still afraid of the dark and my sister kept crying. This is the last I remember of the night. My mother told me that apparently Donna barricaded us in my sister's room because her ex, Fred, showed up unexpectedly looking for her. My mother went to defuse the situation and explained that Donna wasn't there. We hadn't heard from her. Go somewhere else. Fred went to his car and came out with some sort of shotgun, while my mom fled back inside, locking the door. Fred let one shot go as she went in the door, peppering my mom's back with pellets and the front of our house. I guess very shortly thereafter, the police arrived and subdued Fred without a fight. I'm not sure how long it took, or what happened between her being shot and the police showing up, but I know we lived right down the block from the police station, and my mom had called when she saw Fred get there before she ever confronted him. My mom's boyfriend, who worked nights, rushed home and was checking on my sister, and I, as my father, my parents were split co-parenting, shows up. Apparently, my mom didn't go to properly explain what happened in a phone call with my dad, so all he got from it was boyfriend shooting near kids and came over. My dad punched my mom's boyfriend in the face, putting him out cold, before being told that he wasn't the shooter. My dad and her boyfriend had never had issues prior, and didn't after when my dad found out that her boyfriend left work and rushed over to check on us first. But yeah, my mom told me the truth about that night about a year before she passed away. She died with pellets still in her neck and back from that night that caused chronic pain, but for reasons beyond my understanding were not treatable. To Fred, stay the heck away from my family. This happened about 3 years ago, when I was 14 or 15 years old. At the time, I was making pocket money by mowing the lawn at my mom's condominium. The lawnmower was kept in a small storage building where only I and the landlord had the keys. Some backstory about this building. It didn't have any windows and only one door. It consisted of only one room where the lawnmower and other gardening stuff were kept. The building's inner and outer roof had a small piece in between them. I wouldn't call it an attic, just a space. The inside roof was made of only spare planks, which meant you could see into said space. Anyways, one Sunday I needed to mow the lawn, so I took the keys and headed to the storage. The door was locked as usual, so I opened it with the keys. I stepped into the storage, and with no particular reason I looked up. My heart dropped. Up there, on those rickety planks, there was a man just looking down. I looked up for only a second or two, and he looked back at me. His clothes were dirty and face covered in scars. I didn't want him to do anything, so I pretended as if I hadn't seen him. I took the lawnmower, walked out the door, and closed it behind me. I immediately ran to our apartment and called the police, who arrived in about 5 minutes. The police went in, and a couple of minutes later they brought out the man in handcuffs. The man had been trying to climb back into the roof while holding a pair of garden shears. Truly horrifying. Who knows what could have happened if I didn't look up while entering the storage. Me and my mom moved out sometime after. So, to the man in the roof, let's never meet again. I work at a retail grocery chain, and in the store there is a liquor department which is sectioned off from the rest of the grocery store. I was working in that department when a man came in. He purchased a few alcohol shots and made conversation with me. Everything was normal until he pulled an axe out of his backpack. I was completely shocked, to be honest. It seems really odd to say, but seeing this very strange man rambling about how nobody would dare mess with him because of his axe. He held it out in the open and kept mentioning how sharp the blade was. He cut his receipt in half on the counter in front of me to demonstrate how sharp the blade was. He was mentioning how it could cut through bone and flesh. I tried to not escalate the situation and didn't really react or say much about the axe. I'm ashamed to say I was sort of frozen and didn't tell him to put it away or leave. I wanted to keep everything calm and get him out as quickly as possible. I let my supervisor know immediately once he left. She pulled me aside and asked me to describe the man. A security officer was able to identify the man on camera. My store manager ended up contacting the police. I gave a police officer my recounting of events, and he informed me. He spoke with the individual outside in the parking lot, and they would be trespassed from the store. It was incredibly unnerving being in that situation, in an isolated area with somebody who seemed to be mentally unstable, holding a huge axe. This happened this Saturday, 2 days ago. I'm a 19-year-old freshman at university who moved from a fairly small town to a big city. There was a guy that I talked to over Tinder for around 2 weeks. He was cute and seemed nice. We had a lot in common. He even studied at the same university. He was older though. He already had a degree and was now doing post-grad. The first time we ever met, we went out to grab a coffee on Monday, exactly a week ago. I had a great time, and when he asked me if I'd like to get drinks, drinking age here is 18, on Saturday, I happily said yes. We met up at a local bar and talked without a moment of awkwardness for 2 hours. We really clicked. I had to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, a man was waiting for me outside the toilet. He stopped me and told me the guy sitting at my table put something in my drink and asked if I wanted him to call the police. I thanked him but said no, everything's fine, and went back to my table. I really liked the guy and wanted to believe that the random man was just pranking me. Still, I wasn't willing to risk it, so I told him directly what happened. I said, "I'm sorry, this sounds insane, but after I got out of the bathroom, some random guy told me that you put something in my drink." He laughed and said that's insane, as if we were giggling at the situation together. He wasn't serious about it at all. I apologized and said I don't think he did that, not at all, but I'd be much more at peace if he chugged my drink, just so I know that random guy was pranking me, because nothing like this has ever happened to me before. I apologized again and said the drinks are on me, and I'm very sorry to make the situation awkward. He said that that's absolutely not a problem, he just has to go pee first. I waited. After 15 minutes, I realized he's not coming back. I waited around for a little bit longer, and after half an hour I paid and went home. Upon getting home, I checked my Tinder and saw that he deleted his account. Okay, maybe he thought I'm so insane that our date made him delete the app. Still, it bothered me. I Googled him and found nothing. Today, I went to the records at my office at my university and asked if a person with his name was studying here. The lady working there told me that that's private information that she can't share. I then asked if a person with his name had ever obtained a degree from the university. She looked it up and told me that no one with his name has ever obtained a degree here. He lied to me. He told me that he did his undergraduate degree at my university, but he hadn't. Or alternatively, he told me a fake name. I'm now sure that he had terrible intentions and did spike my drink. I was more than lucky that someone noticed. I have no idea what he'd do to me had I drank that, and I really don't want to know. I'm still a bit creeped out about the situation. I did delete Tinder, and I'm very glad that I didn't give him my phone number or my address. He did offer to pick me up, and I cleverly said no, yet dumbly told him that the coffee place that we met up at is walking distance to my apartment, so he knows the area that I live in, as well as my first and my last name and where I study. I don't think there's anything I can do about it though. I seriously doubt he even gave me his real name. So, to the random Tinder guy who lied to me and probably tried to drug me, let's not meet. And to the kind man who made me aware of the situation, thank you very much. I caught a cab with my 3-year-old son today, going to preschool, but for a coffee at our local first. The cabbie was a greasy-looking 50 to 60-year-old Caucasian male with slicked-back white hair, balding at crown hair, and a beer gut. Not that physical appearances necessarily matter, but perhaps they add context. It was a short drive, as aforementioned, to preschool. 8 minutes, I think. Within the first couple of minutes, he was talking about that hottie Margot Robbie, who I've been compared to looking like before. And then we passed a cop car, and he's like bloody cops. I proceeded to ask if he didn't like cops, and he kinda stumbled over why and pointed out basically how they do their job and set on the radar gun at this specific spot. Methamphetamine was mentioned at one point, but I kind of blanked out on the exact conversation, because all I'm thinking is his vibe is weird. He won't stop talking, and from that first conversation about Margot Robbie being hot, I was gonna be happy for a cab ride to be over. He went to pull up into a car space that was obviously way too small for his big van that he's driving, and I actually had to say, look, I don't want to obstruct traffic, and he kind of angrily muttered something about the trees being in the way, and aggressively pulled out and into a bigger space further up. After I paid, he's unbuckled his seatbelt and got out and said, "Do you mind if I caffeinate with you?" I was legit so shocked at his brazenness. I'm with my son and have places to be, that I kinda just mumbled an okay. He proceeds to follow me into the coffee store. He starts to say something about a nude model on the beach, and luckily the attendant interjects, asking if I'd like to place my order. So I get out of hearing whatever was going to follow on from that statement. I ordered my coffee and head straight down to the back of the store, where they have an enclosed play area for my toddler while I wait for coffee. He orders and follows me down and excuses himself to make some room. Gross. One of the attendants comes down with his coffee and asks if she should put this here. I look at her exasperated, and I said, "Well, I don't know, he's not with me." And she said, "I thought you two were together." I said, "No, he's my cab driver and I don't know him. This is weird, isn't it?" She looked really confused, confronted, and then concerned, and was amazing, and said, "If you need any help, I'll let one of the managers know, and we'll get the owner." So anyway, he comes out while at least 10 minutes later. But very shortly after, the coffee's arrived, and I'm packing my son up to leave to walk to preschool and daycare. It's literally a 2-minute walk away, and mention I'm heading off. He asks if he can give me a ride up to the preschool. No, it's fine, it's a short walk. He tries to insist. I insist. No thank you, it's a nice walk. Then he asks what time I'm coming back. I'm reluctant to give any details by now, so I just say I'm not sure, and he continues to probe as to whether it'll be around an hour, and if so, he'll make a call to his office and see if he could wait for me. In the politest of ways, I say heck no, and I'll be a few hours at least, which really wasn't a lie. I was going to be 3 exactly, but I didn't want him knowing that. I ended up feeling so out of sorts by the behavior that I filed a complaint with a taxi company. My husband went looking for his taxi, being a small town. He was ropeable, but luckily didn't find him. I appreciated his valor though. I now feel confused about whether my gut feeling on this guy was correct, and kind of scared because he knows where we live, which is on a property with no neighbors close by, and no husband home during the day. Am I overreacting? So I live in a gated subdivision. It isn't really the kind of place that has many issues, far away from where I grew up. I've never been one to shy away from my past. I did 13 years in federal prison for some crimes that I am still trying to atone for. I know what's waiting for me on the other side, and I know where I'm heading, but I'm still trying to make things right in the world and leave something positive for both of my daughters. Lately, we've been the subject of some random acts of vandalism and threatening messages. One was a letter in our mailbox that said murderer. I committed no such atrocity. Nobody was murdered in any of my crimes. Given that we're just getting past the Halloween season, I assumed it was someone just trying to play a scary prank. More or less no harm, no foul. My wife found a letter under her windshield wipers that had a similar message, saying don't let him fool you, which included my mugshot from many, many years ago. A mugshot that even I've had trouble finding, but managed to do so after some sufficient digging. Our garage was also spray painted. A lawn gnome was decapitated, and a series of plastic forks were left in my front yard. My daughters were scared, and that's absolutely where the line gets drawn with me. I know people like to say, but cameras and call the police. The one responsible didn't consider that I worked for a security company, specifically ones that hire ex-cons to save people from people like me. My house has cameras in place you would never think to look, and within a matter of minutes I was able to find a shot of the person responsible. If you're wondering why I didn't do this in the first place, I did. He was just better at hiding his face the first few times. But like all criminals, he slipped up and got too confident. I can relate. I knew where to find him. I didn't call the cops. I went over there myself. I knew his parents. Yes, he's a teenager. I walked over there and told his parents what he did. They didn't believe me, so I happily showed them the printouts of my security footage that had him clear as day on there. I'll give them credit. They stood up for their son, but also acknowledged when he screwed up and called him over. Honestly, the look on his face when he saw me inside of his house was all the confirmation anyone needed. I became very nervous and started shaking. I'm not a monster. I assured him that I wasn't there to hurt anyone and that I wanted to have the matter resolved. He had vandalism, trespassing, damage to private property, and mail tampering to answer to. I asked why I did it. Basically, the answer I got was he and his friends were trying to do some sort of true crime series for what I'm assuming is maybe a YouTube channel or something. His explanation wasn't very excessive. I gave him a choice. The police could be called or he could pay for the damages that he caused. His father asked if he paid for the damages, I would get rid of the footage that I have. I told him no. I assured him if the damages were paid for and stayed away from my family, I wouldn't call the police. But if he didn't or did it again, I would. They agreed. His father asked me again if I would reconsider, but again I refused. This was his second chance. I'm being very merciful and forgiving to those who trespassed against us. I don't know why people feel the need to destroy something that someone is trying to build. In my case, it's stability. We have to start accepting that people are trying to change for the better. Stan, let's not meet. Unless, of course, you're coming to clean up your mess. I was born in Moscow, Russia in the early 90s, but my brother was born in 1980, and this is his story. I had him write this to follow the rules and get the best version. I was about 7 to 8 years old, and me, along with my friends, were the absolute biggest idiots in terms of doing dangerous stuff. We would make smoke bombs, fireworks, etc. out of whatever we found, and did tons of stupid other stuff. Russia in the late 80s resembled the post-apocalyptic wasteland that you see in movies in a lot of places, mainly because there was really no law and order, so no one cared. You were able to buy crazy things off the streets. My father was once offered an old rocket launcher. With this, parents often just let their kids mess around in these places, so we would be doing stupid stuff in these abandoned buildings. Well, one day we were messing around when one of my friends noticed someone lurking nearby. We didn't really care. We were used to seeing weird stuff. But after a bit, we noticed the person was not really moving. They just stood there. When he noticed we had seen him, the man slowly walked into view. A large, bold man, black coat, a nice one, likely an import, which was expensive at the time, and American sneakers. also very expensive. He didn't really greet us or anything, but must have seen me looking at his shoes, because he just said, "Like my shoes? I have more if you want them. Come on." Now, few things really unnerved any of us, but this dude definitely did. If you know anything about Russia in that era, this dude looked like someone that you did not want to mess with. The kicker, though, was once he turned around, my friend noticed that he had a gun in his pants. The second he saw that, he just yelled "gun" and booked it, and we all just scattered. I just heard the guy curse loudly, but did not see him again. Now, if the story ended here, it would have just been a creepy encounter. But sometime later, we were no longer allowed to play in that area. I found out much later that they had found another child beaten to death with a rock in that building shortly after our experience. To be honest, as a kid, I never really thought much about this until my parents told me about the death. At which point, the dots connected, and I realized what we potentially ran away from. I posted this in a different subreddit, but I can't get it out of my mind. The more I consider it, the more certain I am that someone, most likely my creepy maintenance guy, entered my apartment in a very unconventional way. This happened close to 10 years ago. Daylight savings time reminded me of a very strange incident. My husband, baby daughter, and I lived together in a small apartment. We had a clock on the wall in our living room that we never adjusted for daylight savings time. It had been an hour off for months. It was out of reach and we were really busy. Rather than changing it, we just joked about it all the time. We rarely relied on the analog clock anyway. Plus, eventually it would be correct again. One day I got home from a morning outing with my daughter, and I noticed that a banana peel was in the hall on the floor. It had been stepped on. This was very strange because we did not have any bananas in our house. In fact, we never did. None of us ever ate them. I was quite startled. I sent a text to my husband and asked him if he stopped by home during his shift and possibly dropped the banana peel on the floor. He said he most certainly had not. We checked our camera footage and no one had come into our apartment. I cleaned the banana up off the carpet. I packed a diaper bag up for my daughter so we could leave for the afternoon. Before we walked out the door, I glanced at our clock. The time was correct. It had been adjusted for the time change. I was startled. I checked my phone to be certain. Sure enough, the clock had been adjusted. I grabbed my daughter and our bag and we left. Once we got safely to the car, I messaged my husband to ask if he had adjusted the clock. He had not. When we got home that evening, my husband thought I had been joking with him. I still can't explain what happened. My husband is not a practical joker, and this would be a very weird practical joke to play. We felt pretty certain that no one had entered our front door. We had a camera. They weren't as good as the ones they make these days, but it worked. The only other way someone could have come into our apartment is through our attic, which is connected to the apartment next door. There were little attic doors in the largest bedroom ceilings. I used to tell myself this was some sort of otherworldly or paranormal activity, but the less naive I get, the more I believe our maintenance guy must have entered our apartment through the attic. I assume it must have been the maintenance guy because he had access to keys, ladders, and such things. He also gave me very bad vibes. He always made me feel very uneasy. His stares lingered, and he was always hanging around making uncomfortable conversations. The thing that makes me the most uncomfortable is that whomever it was left obvious clues that he had been there. If he had trying to be stealthy, he surely wouldn't have smashed a banana into the carpet and changed the clock. I wonder what he was doing in our apartment. Just hanging around? How often did he do this? Why was he comfortable enough to leave obvious clues that he had been there? He was fired after just a few months on the job. I was relieved at the time. Looking back, thinking about things now, I'm more than relieved. I'll be very happy if that maintenance guy and I never meet again. A few years ago, I, a 35-year-old male, had a terrifying experience that still haunts me today. I was living in a busy city at the time, and I had just finished a late shift at work. It was around 10 p.m., and I was walking home through the quieter side of the streets of my neighborhood. I'm someone who's always been somewhat cautious, so I was alert, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity. As I walked down the street, I noticed a guy about 20 feet behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed like just another person walking the same route. But something about his movements caught my attention. He wasn't walking in a normal manner. He was clearly trying to keep his distance, but his pace matched mine, no matter how fast or slow I went. After a few blocks, I decided to take a detour. I turned onto a side street that was a little less populated, hoping he wouldn't follow. I checked over my shoulder, and sure enough, he was still there. It's hard to describe, but I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My instincts told me that something wasn't right. I crossed the street, hoping that would throw him off, but he crossed too without hesitation. I thought, okay, this is weird now. I had to make a decision. I wasn't that far from home, but something about this guy's persistence made me uncomfortable. I decided to stop at a nearby 24/7 convenience store to try to lose him. The store was empty save for the cashier who barely looked up from their phone. I quickly grabbed a drink and stood by the door, hoping to see if the guy would pass by. He didn't. He stopped right outside the store. At this point, I could clearly see his face through the glass. He was staring directly at me. I panicked and ran back into the aisles trying to calm down. I could hear his footsteps growing louder as he approached the door. I couldn't stay here any longer. I tried to pay, but I was so rattled that I couldn't focus on anything. The cashier just stared at me, probably wondering why I looked so frantic. I threw the drink on the counter, paid quickly, and bolted out the door. I ran down another street, not wanting to look back, but knowing I had to. I didn't see him for a while, and my heart slowly started to calm down. But as I turned the corner to my street, I saw him again, standing at the far end of the block. It was like he had been waiting there the whole time. I wasn't sure what to do next. I considered calling the police, but he hadn't really done anything illegal, just followed me for a while. I didn't want to overreact, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a coincidence. He was still standing there watching me, and now he was closer. I took a deep breath, checked both ways, and made a beeline for my apartment building, not daring to look back until I was inside. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door and stayed there, staring out the window for what felt like hours. I didn't see him again after that night, but the whole experience left me unsettled for weeks. I never felt comfortable walking home alone at night late after that, even though I've lived in the city my entire life. I still wonder if I was just being paranoid, but there was something off about the way that he followed me. It felt intentional, and it left me with a gut feeling that I couldn't shake. If you're reading this, the guy who followed me for hours that night, let's not meet again. This is a long story, so stick with me. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I'm a bartender. I have some crazy stories where I've been genuinely scared for my life, but this has got to be the worst. I'm working a double at the restaurant. Around 11 a.m., a delivery man comes in with a package that I had to sign for. He comes, I sign for the package and tell him to have a good day with a smile. I continue my shift per usual. This was Friday or Saturday, I can't remember specifically, but later on we got busy. The restaurant and parking lot full. I see a lot of different people daily, plus seeing someone for the second time ever out of their uniform. You may not recognize them. But the FedEx driver comes and sits at the bar. I don't obviously remember him from the 25-second interaction that we had that morning. I start talking to him as I do all my customers. I get him a drink, appetizer, another drink, entree, etc. Our conversation started. Him. How long have you worked here? Me. A few years. I've worked my way up. Him. How do you like it here? Just regular conversation with a bar guest. It slowly became not so regular. He asked me if I had a boyfriend. I said yes. He would change the subject and then go back, complimenting me, saying how beautiful I was every few minutes. Can I have your number? No, I don't think my boyfriend would appreciate that. Okay, what's your last name? We could just be Facebook friends. All annoying but normal interactions I've had with men in this industry. He started to become really pushy over time, pressing for my phone number or social media. I continued to politely decline and laugh it off. He then tells me, I actually came this morning to drop off a package with FedEx. You signed for it. I came back just for you. I smile and continue with my stupid customer service. Oh yeah, I remember you. Smile and laugh it off. I even stepped in the back to vent my anger to my management at this point, about how he was being extra pushy and uncomfortable. Flash forward about an hour. He pays his tab and leaves. I'm just glad he's gone at this point. We'll say as a guess it's about 7 p.m. when he leaves. We are still busy and we close at 10. We finish dinner service. Customers slowly start to leave and the restaurant is finally empty. I've been cleaning for a while and I'm finally washing up. It's about 10:30 at this point. I'm cleaning the bar. I look up. The whole front of the restaurant that I'm facing consists of large windows that face the parking lot, and I see one car in the parking lot. I notice that the delivery driver / guest from earlier is standing outside the car, walking around it and seeming like he's cleaning the back seat out. Doors open and he's leaning in and out with a bag. As soon as I realized it was him who had left almost 4 hours ago, my heart sank. Why was he still there? Why was he cleaning the back seat out? I freak. My manager and I are the only people left in the restaurant at this point. It's almost 11. I run to her and tell her everything, and how he came back just for me, and about how he would seemingly left 4 hours ago. And I made her come back from the back of the restaurant to behind the bar up front so she could see him in the parking lot, waiting for me. She says she's going to call the police, and at this point my boyfriend and I had an apartment literally 5 minutes away from the restaurant. I told her not to worry about it. I'll just call my boyfriend to come get me. I did just that, but my boyfriend could immediately tell that something was wrong. And when I'm scared / anxious, I ramble. So I gave him a quick debriefing of what was going on. He said he would be there soon and I hung up. My manager made me sit in the office until he got there, so I didn't see this go down. All I remember is my boyfriend coming into the restaurant to get me, walking me to the car through the back door, and me getting home. My boyfriend, who is very confrontational and protective, later tells me that he pulled into the parking lot to see the FedEx driver sitting in the driver's seat of his car. My boyfriend walked up to his car and knocked on the window for him to roll it down. He does, and my boyfriend tells him something along the lines of, "You need to get out of here." This is where the scariest thing happens. The dude responded to him in a different language, mumbling and acting like he didn't speak English. My boyfriend said something like, "I know you speak English. You've been talking to my girlfriend all night, and you need to get out of here." Dude continued to ramble in a different language until my boyfriend raised his voice and basically said, "You have 15 seconds before I pull you out of this car and you never leave this parking lot." For the guy to finally pull the car and drive and speed off. I was on edge for weeks after this interaction and even considered switching jobs. Why was he still in the parking lot that long after close and hours after cashing out his tab? And why was he cleaning his back seat? To the creepy bar guest / delivery driver, let's never meet again. I'm curious as to what, if any, dating horror stories others have. What was your experience? I'll go first. We met on Tinder and talked for a while. It was the middle of COVID, and I made sure that he had tested negative and quarantined. Given that COVID was so new, nothing was open at the time. So I invited him over to my place for a drink, and to talk and to get to know each other. He immediately gave me this very weird vibe. He starts talking about his ex, and he's just trashing her to no end. Then he proceeds to tell me that he's been arrested twice for domestic violence against his ex. Nope, immediately turned off. The date is over after he says this. He then says, if you want to date him, I need to get rid of my cats. Never in a million years would I choose a man over my cats. Are you insane? I tell him I'm getting tired, trying to give him the hint to go, and he says, okay, let's go to bed. I say, no, sorry, I think you should get going. I need to be up early. He starts pushing to stay the night. I firmly tell him no, and he finally takes the hint and leaves. That was the first and last time that I saw him, and our interaction was less than 30 minutes. He still texts me to this day that he misses me, and I just don't answer. He keeps trying to add me back on Snapchat and Instagram. Someone broke into my house a few months after that date. The creepy thing was I noticed after the fact. Nothing was stolen. I work from home, so I think the break-in happened during the night. I never found out who it was, but I have my suspicions. Someone also put maggots in my mailbox a few months after the break-in. I've since moved out of state, over 300 miles away. I can't help but think that I could have been on a true crime episode had I stayed in my house for much longer. I dated a girl that wanted me to take her to the movie theater 6 nights a week, because that's what her father does. I dated another girl who wasn't working when I had a full-time job. She wanted me to hang out with her at bars until they closed. After 3 nights of doing that and getting only a few hours of sleep before work, I was running on fumes. So the 4th night I told her that I wasn't able to hang out with her because I'm just going to sleep. She proceeded to blow up my landline, which I then disconnected. She broke up with me the following day, and I was so happy to be single again. I dated a girl who would stop over at my house unannounced. She wanted me to drop my plans because she was bored. No. She couldn't understand why I was so upset with her. So I get a call from her, but when I answer the phone, she didn't answer me. I realized that she probably butt-dialed me. I put the phone on speaker so I didn't have to hold it and wait for her to finally say something. 45 minutes later, she sees that she's on a phone call, and she hangs up without saying anything. She calls me back and is angry that I invaded her privacy. I tried to compare it to how I felt with her unannounced visits to how she feels about what I did. She didn't get it and was still angry. She stopped by unannounced again, even though I told her how much I hate that. So the next time she butt-dialed me, I put it on speakerphone and listened. If you're not going to respect me, then why should I take the high road? Pretty sure we broke up soon after that, and she deleted my phone number. I dated a girl who tried to slowly move into my house without me knowing. I found stuff stashed throughout my house, like under towels in my linen closet, in my bottom dresser drawer, between my mattress and box spring, etc. I packed up her stuff into a big garbage bag and put it in her driveway. She thought her father tossed her out of his house, but the point was clear. She didn't have to go home, but she can't stay here. All my dates have been pretty good, but I just remembered a particular one that left a bad taste. On the day of the date, I ended up feeling really ill. Sore ears, tired, and drained. It was fine at the beginning of the day, and by the time it hit me, it felt unfair not to see it through. I was upfront about it, said I was feeling under the weather but still wanted to have a drink, at least for an hour. We went to one of those trendy cocktail bars. It wasn't really my style, but whatever. Anyway, the bouncer on the door used to work with my date. They chatted for a while at the door, which was fine. We then sat down. After 20 minutes or so, the bouncer comes over and sits at our booth, interrupts our conversation and just starts chatting to her. It gets a bit weird as they start to flirt, but I play it cool. At that point, I needed to freshen up a bit because I was feeling worse than ever. I asked the bouncer for directions to the toilet, and he said they were renovating downstairs, so I needed to use the toilets in the club/bar next door. Same owner. Anyway, I did just that, but the place was further than I thought. I walked in the snow to the bar and get a huge amount of crap with laughs by the doorman. As it turns out, the club didn't have the same owners, and no, I couldn't use their toilet. So I head back to the bar completely soaked in rain to find that the toilets were open there. When I sat back down at the table with my date, the bouncer was sitting there with a drink in hand, having taken my place. I called him out on what he had done, and he burst out laughing, along with my date. Anyway, I went home after that. I'm kinda known for not standing up to people's crap, but I didn't want to upset my date by causing an argument. In hindsight, maybe I would have just done something about it, but, the guy was a jerk, and the date clearly wasn't better. In that case, I just reckoned it wasn't worth it. Screw guys like that. So I met my friend's cousin in college. She's an attractive tomboy-like girl who just graduated high school. I was a sophomore at college at the time. I got her number, started texting her, eventually got a date on a weekend. She lived 2 hours away, but I wanted to impress her, so instead of meeting somewhere, I told her that I would meet her there, and we would get some food and go to a comedy show. Everything looks square. I drive down in my best date clothes and pull into our meeting place. I text her where I am and what I'm driving. I see this large, crappy gold van pull in next to me with her in the passenger seat. Then a skinny guy in all goth getup gets into my car and shuts the door. He tells me that he's her boyfriend, so I should keep my hands to myself and don't try anything funny. What? He leaves and she gets in, and I'm trying to salvage this whole situation while keeping my emotions in check. Turns out she had just started dating this guy 3 days ago, and the hour that we were eating was the first time they had been apart in their budding relationship. He texted her the whole time about how he desperately missed her, and that to distract himself from the pain of her being gone, he went to get his nipple pierced. So I decided to skip the comedy show. I'm not wasting any more money on this girl, and we left. That is the one and only time I drove over 90 miles an hour on the highway in anger. At the time of this story, I was a 22-year-old male. My foray into online dating went just about as well as all my friends said it would, which was about as well as a train wreck. I was on the rebound from a nearly 2-year relationship that was absolutely fantastic until near the very end, when suddenly it wasn't. She was a 31-year-old female, and she messaged me first. A slightly chubby redhead who just moved to my state from New York. We chatted online for a few days before finally deciding on a meetup, which she promptly flaked on. There were some red flags in the conversation, including her near-complete inability to capitalize or punctuate, but I tried to look past it. The conversation wasn't that bad and she was kind of funny. When she flaked on our first meetup, I very nearly shut her out. My time is valuable, and I hate getting treated like that. But in some way, she assured me that it was not her intention and managed to smooth over the situation. A few days later, she hit me up again asking if I wanted to come over and watch a movie. I usually wouldn't go to someone's house the first time we meet because, well, who knows what or who could be there. But I figured I fight for a sport and had backup, so I'd be fine. Yes, a terribly foolish assumption in hindsight. When I arrived, I was greeted by a much shorter, much chubbier woman than I was expecting. If her pictures were a 6, her in reality was kinda dismal. She brought me inside and began to talk, which turned into her rambling for an hour or so. Then she asked if I was willing to take us out to dinner somewhere, which I couldn't at the time because I was in college. She declared that she didn't know how to cook anything, so if we were going to eat, I was going to have to cook, which I did. I did mention that I was on the rebound, right? Apparently, she really liked a man that could cook, because she started to move things towards the bedroom. On the way there, she drops 2 bombshells on me. 1, she was looking for a new apartment, was living with roommates at the time, and wanted to move in near me. She was technically still married to some guy in New York, but apparently he tricked her, and to him it was only a marriage, so that he could get his green card and move stateside. The divorce was in the works, but it wasn't official yet. And that was when I finally noped the heck out of there. She then sent me a text message the next day, asking if I wanted to meet up again. I said no. She tried to cause some drama over the next few days, alternating between being angry and asking me to let her back in. Finally, I got some kind of crazy long message about being too much of a jerk for her, and that is the last I heard from her. I learned an important lesson that day. Have standards and be strict about them. I went out with this woman last year. At dinner, she said she had been divorced for 2 years. Then after some conversation, she mentioned how she always goes over her dates with her brother. She said I would be referred to when speaking with her brother as number 79. She didn't understand or even perceive that I was totally turned off by that. Well, first off, it turns out that we didn't speak the same language fluently. Okay, not a deal breaker. This was in the era of cell phone apps that could help us muddle through enough to see if there was potential, and I can definitely see learning a language for the right person. Then her interpreter arrived. Oh, okay. Then her interpreter was eating food off of my plate. Mind you, I had offered to buy him something. Then it became clear from the questions. On this first date off an online dating app, she was interested in exploring marriage potential right off the bat. More funny really than a horror story. But don't snatch food off of my plate. I went to a live band karaoke night with this girl from Tinder. It was a fun night overall. They had a set list of songs and you could get on stage and sing with them. But this girl acted like she didn't see me when we first got there. I got there first and had told her I was there, but got left on red until I saw her walking by the bar. She seemed super into me, grabbing me by the hand and dragging me around to meet her friends. But she gets super wasted and tells me that she has slept with a lot of guys in the past that were also there that night. And she got up on stage and made a drunken fool out of herself. Afterwards, she invited me to her car, where she began having panic attacks because she didn't want to be with a stranger, but also didn't want to be alone, so I couldn't leave. She told me that she was inviting a friend of hers to hang out with us, and that she'd really like it if I stayed and chatted. I was noping out of there in my head, but wanted to wait until her friend got there to make sure that she was in good hands. This dude shows up, and she asks me to get in the back seat, as he is a good friend and always rides in the front. I wished both of them a good night, and never talked to her again. Back in 2009, I was seeing a girl for a couple of weeks and took her across the state to see Keith Urban and Taylor Swift. I paid for the tickets and paid for everything. We get to I Want to Kiss a Girl in Keith's set, and she says, "I wish I found you attractive so I could kiss you." So then we had to finish the show and had a 2.5-hour ride back home. Tanya, you jerk. This may be long. Back in 2003, I recently moved to Charlotte, North Carolina. I decided I was going to sign up for Match.com and try online dating for the first time. I started messaging a few girls and eventually made a connection and set up a date. We decided to meet at P.F. Chang's. We had discussed that it was going to be casual, so of course she showed up in an evening gown. First flag. She was super gorgeous and looked great in the gown, but also completely looked out of place. Fight or flight kicked in, but she was hot, so I decided to stay and fight. She stood next to me at the bar and ordered 2 glasses of wine. One she immediately downed. The second she took a sip and turned to me and said hi. Second flag. Kind of. We had some awkward small talk and I mentioned her evening gown. She told me she collects them and decided to wear one tonight to dazzle me. Third flag. But I'm staying in this. We were seated at a table, and as the server walked up, she ordered a bottle of wine. Fourth flag. Okay, she likes wine. And she's hot. I'm still in it. We have more awkward small talk and eventually order food, and by the time I finished my first beer that I had ordered while back at the bar, she already finished the bottle of wine and orders another. Fifth flag. And now I'm planning my escape plan. I stand and ask if she knows where the restrooms are, and she's pointing in a direction behind me. I turn to look, and I feel a stabbing pain in my right butt cheek, which literally makes me flinch in pain. I grab my butt as I turn to see what the heck just bit me, and she is giggling her butt off. Also, she is holding a 5-inch long pin, which she just used to stab me. Sixth flag and I'm done. Screw this. I walk to the bathroom and go in one of the stalls, drop my pants and do a one-hand sweep of my right butt cheek, and my hand comes back bloody. I use toilet paper and apply pressure to eventually stop the bleeding. I zip up and go stare at myself in the mirror as I wash my hands and have a Pulp Fiction moment where I say to myself in the mirror, okay, go back out there, tell her this evening is over, and that you are going home, and don't ever do this online dating crap no more. So I walk out and find the server. I pay the bill and close the check. I tell the server to hold off on serving anything else until I'm finished talking with my date, and I am walking to the door. She agrees. As I walk up to the table, I'm noticing people are giving me the hairy eyeball and realize that my date is silently sobbing at the table. For some reason, I'm the butthole in this situation. Maybe they didn't see the assault, but maybe only the death glare I gave her as I held my butt cheek. I sat down and asked why she's crying. She said that she screwed up by drinking so much wine, and she thought she was being cute and funny poking me with the hat pin. She said it's an antique and she collects those too. I told her that I was pretty shocked when she stabbed me with it, and that my butt was bleeding where she stabbed me. I told her that this evening got off on the wrong foot, and that I had already paid the bill and that we should try it again some other time. Not ever. With that, she snapped out of her sobbing quietly and began yelling at me. Wait, you're leaving? You can't leave me. I said, look, the evening has taken a bad turn and I just want to go. She stood up and yelled, no one leaves me, I leave them, and started marching to the door of the restaurant, forgetting that there were 3 steps she had to walk down towards the entrance of the restaurant. She took a tumble down the stairs, purse flying, pashmina wrapped around her foot, and landed hard on the bottom step. As I stood there, I was like, what the heck? Could this be getting any worse? And it did. She started crying and holding her ankle. Servers and manager came running, as well as an off-duty paramedic. They started working on her there, icing and elevating her left leg, because she might have broken her ankle. The paramedic called 911, and within minutes the ambulance was there. They got her on the gurney and were wheeling her out the door of the P.F. Chang's to the ambulance. Throughout this whole scene, I never said a word. I was just an observer, hoping that this was all a crappy dream, and hoping that as the ambulance doors closed, I could just walk to my car unnoticed. Nope, not so lucky. She started screaming for her boyfriend, the guy she had been on a date with. Everyone looked at me. I started to say, wait, hold on, I'm not her boyfriend, when I was cut off by the paramedic, and he said, they are taking her to Presbyterian Medical Center. Follow them. I got in my car and was taking my time, but the ambulance was waiting for me. I pulled up behind them and flashed my lights, and they took off. Throughout the drive to the hospital, I was thinking of just going home, but I did feel some sort of responsibility to at least see this nightmare through to the end. It was a light night at the ER, and she was getting the full treatment from everyone because she was gorgeous and dressed in an evening gown. She had x-rays which showed no broken bones, so they put her in an air cast and crutches. When she was released, I was there to take her home. She wasn't going to be able to drive her car, which was still at the restaurant. We drove silently for the most part, except when she had to tell me where to turn. We eventually pulled up to her house, and I had to help her out of the car and up to her front door, where she asked me to come in. I said the evening was eventful, but I have to go. She then said, well, the evening doesn't have to be a complete disaster. Come on in, sit back on the couch, and let me take care of you. I literally ran off that porch laughing hysterically like Curly from the Three Stooges until I got in my car and hauled butt out of there. I deleted my account and never used Match.com again. Worst date ever. Usually, I think of worst dates as a way for people to shift blame in a bad situation, but I know that this one was 110% my fault. When I was in my last year of high school, a buddy of mine suggested that we should go and see the new James Bond movie. I think it was Spectre. Me. Yeah, that's a good idea. Who else is going? Him. Well, I was just going to bring my girlfriend, Kay, but I know that T also wants to go, and I think she really wants you to go as well, just the four of us. So I'd found myself set up on a double date with a girl who I knew quite well and could see myself dating, but hadn't really explored the avenue with. The movie was pretty good, and I kept on turning around to see if she was enjoying it, all smiles until a specific scene. The main guy gets a drill put into the side of his skull, and she was very squeamish about this, head tucked in her knees, etc. This was my time to shine. I went to slide an arm around the back of her neck, while still watching the movie to see what was going to happen. Then, bang. I don't remember whether it's in the scene, or just something in the theater popped, but both me and her jumped, resulting in her head cocking back and my arm cocking forward, clocking her square in the temple. She turned around and just made an "oh" whimper, then slid across the chair away from me to watch the movie. Never dated again, and any interaction with that group of friends would result in, remember when Rob with the hair effing clocked T on a date? It was not my finest hour. So this particular date changed my entire life. Not a first date or anything, probably fourth or fifth. We went out to the local barbecue cook-off early in the afternoon, which was free food as well as free booze. About an hour in, she starts talking about how we need to get married and she wants to go back to her home state, and we would have a good family for her child back there. She moved to my state after we initially met at a friend's wedding couple a few weeks before. Clearly missed some red flags early on, but at the time she seemed like a good person, but left out some big portions of her life. So back to the date. After marriage talk, I figured we should probably move on and leave this place, and maybe it'd go away, and it was just the beer talking. So a group of friends was at a restaurant/bar and wanted us to stop on by. So about 2 sips into our first margarita, She proceeds to get into a yelling match with my best friend, and threats of fighting her start to heat up. I was not going to let this happen, so I pay for the drinks and drag my date out of the place. She then starts screaming and yelling at me and threatening me and losing her crap to say the least. At this point, I'm mentally exhausted and full of barbecue and decide I'm over this. I offer to give her a ride and she kept throwing a fit, so I said screw it and got in my car and left while she was throwing a temper tantrum. I go home and I'm walking my dog when a random truck pulls up. And guess who was getting out of the truck? Yup, she returned. The fighting and yelling from before has now turned into crying and apologies and more love talk. I'm over it at this point and tell her that she needs to leave and this is over and I don't want to see her again. Next thing you know, she starts having a panic attack on the couch and says her heart is racing and that she has a heart condition and needs to go to the hospital. Well, screw me if I believe a dang thing at this point, but I'm not about to have someone to have a heart attack on my watch. So I take her to the hospital, where all they do is give her an IV and some calming oils. It's almost 3 a.m. at this point and I'm drained. After this day/night horror, I come to find out that she is diagnosed bipolar. If only the story ended there. She moves back to her home state and calls me and says she's pregnant. We hooked up before this night. And 4 years later, I still have to deal with this person. When I was around 16 or so, I worked in a store whilst going through college. We always had odd customers come in, but one in particular really sticks out to me. At the sight of him walking in, I'd get chills. My whole body wanted to nope out. You could really tell that he thought he was charming, but even thinking of him now, I feel a little sick. He used to always offer to take me out to his car, buy me jewelry, you know, strange things for a grown man to say to a 16-year-old girl. He gave me really assaulty vibes. Being the jerk that I was at 16, I was always rude to him. Never ever humored him, but it didn't deter him from visiting the store every single day. It got to the point where I told my manager, and if I saw him, I'd just go to the back or sometimes even duck. Anyway, a few years before this, there was a very infamous story of a young girl going missing in our town. Her body was never found. Fast forward to now, I'm in my 30s, watching a documentary about two men accused of this girl's murder. And one of the ones who were accused was this guy. They had tape recordings, how they had done it. But because of mishandling evidence by the police, they got away with it. If he wasn't a killer, I'd be shocked. He tried to prey on young women, buying them things, flattering them. And honestly, I believe he was attempting to line me up as his next victim. Never has another human being made me feel so creeped out. It still makes me shudder at the thought that he's still out there. I was a volunteer church choir member back when I was in grade school. I was not religious, I just loved to sing. After school, I go to our town's church, still in uniform, and sometimes together with a classmate who was also a choir member. It became a habit to go sing for the afternoon mass after school. Oftentimes, there'd only be 2 to 3 other choir members. I figured instead of going to a computer shop and wasting my money on games like my friends do, I'm doing a good deed volunteering. Plus, I get to practice my singing. One day, I arrived, but the entire place was quiet. I was told by a staff that mass was canceled that afternoon, so I can just go home. I remembered that there was a newly built prayer room in the building next to the church. People said it's going to be beautiful, so I thought to check it out before going home. That way, I at least didn't waste my time walking to church. To get to the prayer room, you'd have to walk down a wide 20-plus step staircase. The door is right at the end, just a couple steps facing the stairs. There are narrow hallways on both sides that you wouldn't know was there until you've reached the last step. I took about 4 steps down, taking my time, when I saw as I looked ahead that the door to the prayer room had thick chains and a big padlock. Right before I even had the chance to turn around, a guy in a black jacket, jeans, and cap appeared from the left hallway at the end of the staircase. There was a second of him just standing there looking up at me, but not too much as I didn't get a good look at his face. That's when I realized that there were hallways connecting to the church office buildings. I didn't mind him at first, as he could just be another staff, until he said, "Let's go pray inside, little girl." Stupid old me responded with, "But it's locked," while pointing at the prayer room door. He didn't say anything and just stood there. Only then did it hit me that something was not right. I don't know why, but instead of running away immediately, I said, "I'll just go pray in the church," then turned around and walked away like nothing. Little me thought that if I showed him I'm panicking that he might come at me fast. Thankfully, he didn't follow me. I went straight home. I never went back to sing for the choir after that. Looking back, it still gives me the chills. I was a kid, in an area where as a child I thought was a safe place. I just hate that I didn't get to clearly see his face from afar. Whenever I visit my hometown, I wonder whether I've bumped into that guy and he recognizes me, but I don't recognize him. Hi. So I live in Australia. It was 2017, after a long, late class at the university. I walked home, dead tired and just wanting to collapse into bed. The streets were quiet. Just the occasional flickering streetlight accompanied me as I walked home. As I got closer to my place, I noticed someone slouched in my doorway. A figure huddled up against the door, wrapped in layers of worn-out clothes. As I got nearer, I realized it was a woman, most likely homeless, her face hidden beneath a tattered hat. But then she looked up and our eyes met. Her face was tired, but her eyes were intense, as if she was guarding that spot for dear life. I froze. Slowly, she raised a beat-up walking stick and pointed it at me, her grip tight. Suddenly, she snapped, "Get out of here." Her voice rough and firm. Her teeth, oh my God, were yellow and rotten. That kind of teeth that you would see in zombie movies. The threat felt real. She was clearly ready to use the stick if I took another step. I took a cautious step backward, my mind racing. It was my place, but she seemed so tense and defensive. I wanted to say something to calm her down, but words failed me. Before I could even say a word, she hit my head hard, twice with her stick. Instinct took over, and I turned, walking quickly, almost running back down the street. A couple of blocks away was the university's security station, and I practically stumbled in, trying to catch my breath. I told the officer on duty about the woman on my porch, and asked if someone could come with me. The officer nodded, maybe a little perplexed, but he came along. When we got back to my place, though, the porch was empty. She was gone. The officer did a quick look around and shrugged. "Looks like she moved on," he said, giving me a reassuring nod before heading back to the station. I thanked him, relieved but still on edge. The whole thing had happened so fast, but I felt like I'd been holding my breath the entire time. Even after she was gone, I couldn't quite shake it. For weeks, every time I came home after dark, I found myself bracing as I got close to the door, half expecting to see her sitting there, eyes glaring up at me with those rotten teeth showing. I started leaving the porch light on, checking the lock twice before bed just in case. It wasn't so much about feeling unsafe. I just couldn't forget her face, that fierce, weary look, or the way she guarded my doorway like it was her last refuge. The memory stuck with me. Now and then I wonder what happened to her, whether she ever thought about that night again. or if it was just another stranger in her endless drift through the city. I'm a 19-year-old female, and I study in a university. During the semester, I noticed that someone had been checking off my own attendance on our class sheet. I didn't know anyone at all, so I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, a guy sitting in front of me started talking to me, and he seemed friendly. Eventually, he asked for my contact info, claiming he needed help for classwork, and I gave it to him. After that, he started spamming me messages, stickers, and videos in class. Whenever he noticed that I left him on read, he would turn around to check if I was on my phone to respond. He'd also track when I was last online and would shoot looks to get my attention. Strangely, he would browse my profile pictures, selfies of me with friends, and stare blankly at them, not typing anything, just frozen. I'd tell him I needed to focus, but it didn't stop him from spamming anyway. He purposely angles his screen so that I can see everything he's doing, and it's creepy seeing how obsessively he monitors our chat. He's also started asking for hugs. A couple of days ago was my last class this year with him. I saw that the pen ink used to check off his name was the same color used for mine on the attendance sheet. So I put two and two together, and I'm pretty sure it's him all along. Edit. I just talked to him and he denies it, but if he is telling the truth, this situation is even weirder. His behavior has only been limited to class hours, so I just want to know if I'm being unnecessarily creeped out. I was physically followed at my previous job, and it made me really weary since then. I just want to know if maybe he's just socially awkward, and after a while he'll stop. He's going to be in the same class as me next year too. Edit. I just confronted him and he's more avoidant of me now. Thanks everyone for the advice. I don't know if there's anyone still reading this post, but there are a few updates since then. He no longer bothers me, but he joined the society club that I'm in. Also, he sits behind me in class now. At least I'm not being spammed anymore. Before I begin this story, I'd like to get it out of the way that this story is true, even though it is written like it isn't. I wanted to include as many details as possible to really show what my perspective was like. I wish that this didn't happen to me and my friend, as we were only teenagers, and it definitely affected how safe I felt in my hometown. This also happened several years ago, and even though this isn't a new story, there's not a week that goes by that I don't replay this in my head. I guess hearing others' thoughts might help give me more clarity on what might have happened, as there's still a lot about this that is unknown. It was early in the fall of my senior year in high school. I was a 17-year-old female. My friend Madison was a 16-year-old female. And our two other friends, Daniel, who was a 17-year-old male, and Jake, who was also a 17-year-old male, walked around the mall for a while. After Madison and I bought a few things, we all went to the food court to wait for the rest of our group to meet up with us there. We sat down with Madison to my left and Daniel and Jake across the both of us. After about 15 to 20 minutes or so, Madison nudges me with her elbow. I asked her what was up, and she leaned into my face and whispered in my left ear, "Don't look and stare, but I've been watching this guy the last few minutes, and he's walking back and forth in front of our table and staring at the both of us." I remember that I briefly saw a man a few minutes ago walk by our table a couple of times, but I didn't think much of it then. There was a lot of people in the mall that day that were walking by, but at the same time I could see the man in my peripheral and asked if it was him. "Is it the one in the blue?" "Yes." "Is he still looking?" "Not right now. I'm looking away though." Madison looked down at her phone. I thought that it was better to look at the guy now since he wasn't staring at us, and Madison wasn't looking anymore. Just as I went to get a glimpse, he started walking past our table again. He was a white man, brown hair, lanky/slender build, middle-aged, probably 30 to 40 plus, wearing a light blue polo shirt and jeans with sneakers. I also happened to notice something that my friend didn't, and it was that he was holding his phone in his arm facing us, down by his side with his camera pointed right at us. My first conclusion was that he was recording us, so I stayed vigilant and made sure that he didn't notice me looking at him. After he passed our table, I saw him stop walking and was just standing there. He was about 20-ish feet away to our left from where we were seated. Then, after looking at his phone, he walked the opposite way past our table again. Here's the kicker. He switched his phone into his other hand so that he could point his camera at us again. I nudged Madison and tell her, and just as I finished whispering, we both watched him sit down a few tables over from us, about 25-ish feet away. He sat facing towards us, and after fidgeting with his pockets, he pulls out his phone again. He propped the bottom of his phone onto the table, pointing the camera right directly at us, still not noticing that we can see him doing all of this. I guess Madison and I were in shock at what we were coming to terms with, that a strange man was taking pictures of us in a public place, and we had no idea what his intentions were. We were still staring at him while he tapped a few things on his phone screen, until all of a sudden his eyes got wide and he looks right up at us. My guess is that he saw us staring at him through his camera. "We need to go, Daniel. Give me your keys now," Madison yelled at him while I grabbed my things and put them away. While fumbling with my things, I made eye contact with the man, who I saw was starting to get up from his chair. Madison ran out in front of me, and I was right behind her. I never ran so fast in my life, and I'm not a fast runner, but that didn't matter in that moment. I couldn't feel anything. I remember running out of the double doors to the parking lot and turning around for a brief moment and seeing that same man sprinting at us. Luckily, traffic stalled him after I ran into the huge parking lot that was full of cars. I knew exactly where to go, and when I got there, Madison was fumbling with the keys until she finally got the car door open. I could see the man run into the parking lot, looking around to see if he could find us. Daniel's minivan had dark windows, thank God, so he couldn't find us as long as he didn't see which car we got into. After catching my breath and exchanging a "what the heck was that" with Madison, I kept watch on the rest of the parking lot for the guy. Daniel and Jake got in and asked us what happened, and we filled them in. A few rows ahead of us, I saw a blue Nissan going very slowly through each aisle in the parking lot. When they got up to the row I was in, I looked and saw that the driver was the same man from the food court. I saw him reach the end of the parking lot, turn around and go through each aisle again. I told my friends, and we all watched as he passed us again, reaching the end of the parking lot and left. After contemplating on what we should do, we decided to just drive somewhere else and meet up with our friends there instead of calling the police. Now that I'm older, I feel like that was my mistake, because I really wish I had said something. If the guy was comfortable enough to go to a public and crowded place and do something like that, he's definitely done it before to other young girls. I often wonder who he was, why he did that, and thinking about it leaves me nowhere. Why was he taking photos of me and my friend? Was it for his own pleasure? If so, why did he feel the need to chase after us into the parking lot, if he had the photos anyway? Was he working with other people? Could it have been human trafficking? If he caught up with me and Madison, would he have hurt us, or worse, kidnap us? Why didn't I take a picture of him and tell the police? Why didn't I call him out inside the mall and cause a scene? I try not to be too harsh on myself because at the end of the day, Madison and I are alive. Her and I aren't friends anymore, but I know that I'll never forget the day, and neither would she. Thanks to her quick thinking, I wouldn't have thought twice about the guy walking by our table, and I owe her a lot for that. If you made it to the end of this post, thanks for reading this. I appreciate you for reading my experience. And if you're a woman and you're in public, trust your gut. Be aware of your surroundings. Be with people you trust. And take extra precautions when you feel like you're in a potentially dangerous situation. We live in a very disgusting world with very disgusting people. Stay vigilant, even if you're somewhere familiar, like your hometown mall. I was 9 years old when me and my little brother, a 5-year-old, were invited to a sleepover. My mother had just become acquainted with a man from church, whom spoke of his children wonderfully. I remember him saying he had them for the weekend due to custody. When we arrived, we asked about the children. Turns out they were arriving sometime soon. The man invited us to the pool, and so we spent part of the day chilling and playing in the pool. When the sun went down, we decided to head back in and take a shower. I made sure to stick by my baby brother while the man was in the living room. I didn't trust the man for some reason. I remember thinking about the children. I don't remember seeing any kid pictures or anything, not even on his phone's background. I think by then it was clear there were no children coming. No children ever existed. I remember there was a Wii that we spent most of the night playing on, but no children were ever seen. I don't remember much after that, other than telling my mom we never saw any children. Of course, she was spooked and never left us alone at church ever again, and we never saw that man ever again. This happened years ago, and now I'm a 19-year-old boy, reliving the memories of the man with no children, inviting us for a sleepover. I'm a 27-year-old female, but when I was about 15, my cousin, who was 14 at the time and also female, and I were walking past a really dark alley in the late afternoon. I noticed an old, suspicious car with a creepy guy driving slowly past us. He turned around and pulled up right next to us with the creepiest look on his face. He was probably in his late 20s. He asked in the creepiest voice if we had a lighter that he could borrow. For a moment, I thought about saying yes, but my instincts kicked in and I said no, sorry. Then he seemed frustrated and asked if we needed a lift anywhere. We freaked out and ran away. It was such a creepy moment. To this day, I wonder what he was planning on doing with us. Trigger warning, this is a pretty messed up story. Please don't judge me. I was only a kid, and kids make really dumb mistakes. When I was 15 years old, I'm also female by the way, I used to talk to people online. One man who claimed to be 26 said he would pay me a lot of money to pretend to be his girlfriend to his family. Then his requests became more disturbing. He said he wanted to have a baby with me for $20,000. He then suggested that my friend and I go to his house to do some very messed up things with him for a lot of money. My friend and I planned to get the money from him and then run away. We were very stupid and should have told a parent about what he was saying to me. We decided to meet up with him that day in a crowded area so he couldn't kidnap us. He looked much older than 26 and was fat and scary looking. He brought us some smokes and gave us $50, saying he would give us the rest that night when we met up again. When we left, he texted me, saying he could see my underwear through my shorts. I was really creeped out, but being young and dumb, my friend and I were determined to get the money and then report him to the police. We met up across the road from a park in front of some old houses. He was in his car and told us to get in. I said, show us the money, and he showed us about $1,000. I said, pass me the money and then I'll get in the car, but he insisted I get in the car first. I sat on the edge of the seat, and he said, now tell her to get in the car too and I'll give it to you. I refused and said, give it to me first. Then a man came out of his house asking if we were okay. and the car sped down the road a bit before driving off. After that, we decided to try to catch him again, to get his number plate so that we could report him to the police. Unfortunately, we never looked at the number plate. He never tried meeting up with us again, so I gave my Facebook information to the police so they could try to catch him. Turns out he didn't use his real name and got rid of his phone right after that, so they could never catch him. I know we were very stupid, but this just shows that parents really need to monitor what their children are doing. A few years ago, when I was 25 years old, and I'm also female by the way, I ran as a candidate in an election for a small party. It was my first time running, and I really didn't know what to expect. The night before the election, my 44-year-old mother and I went around putting up my signs at all the polling booths. As we were leaving one of the booths, we saw some volunteers from another party pull up in their car to put up their signs. When we got to the next place, the same people were driving past us really slowly. It was around midnight at this point, so it was a bit creepy. We were heading to our last spot to put up signs, driving down a really dark road, when the same people cut us off, blocking our way. I watched too many thrillers, so I was freaking out, crying, thinking we were about to get robbed or worse. My mom, on the other hand, is tough. She wound down the window and asked them what they were doing. They said, "Sorry, wrong person," and then drove off. I swear they wanted to scare us away, so they could get all the best spots for their signs. I realized how dirty politics could be. They were only trying to scare us, but they did a bloody good job of it. I used to work in a kitchen design studio. We had a host desk at the front to answer quick questions and handle small customer service issues. One day, the host on duty needed her break, and I, a 34-year-old male, told her that I would take her spot for her break. About 10 minutes into her break, a scruffy-looking dude with an unlit half cigarette in his mouth came in. I gave the usual, "Welcome in, how can I help you?" service industry greeting, and the dude just looked at me silent for about 2 minutes. Then he walked over and started rubbing my shoulder while saying, "You're a good man. You're gonna be okay." I was just kind of frozen. I didn't know what to do. He wasn't attacking me, but it was super unnerving. I told the host about it, and she said that she was glad it happened to me instead of her. Anyway, that guy got arrested after lighting half a block of the sidewalk on fire. I got into the elevator, and a guy ran down and caught it before the doors fully closed. Thinking nothing of it at all, I was shocked when I looked up to see that the guy was standing with his back to the doors and directly face to face with me. I'm telling you, my heart was pounding, and it felt like it took forever to get to my floor. The guy was not turned to me because we were speaking either. He was not friendly and had a deadpan, creepy look on his face. I get to my floor and he gets out as well. I tried my best to keep composed with my key in my hands. Got in quick and locked the door. What the heck is wrong with people? He wasn't alone in his house. It was late 2010 when an anonymous 4chan user, let's call him Kevin, started noticing something off about his apartment. At first, it was little things. A cabinet door left open that he swore he had closed. A cup moved slightly out of place. Food from his fridge just barely lower than he remembered. But Kevin chalked it up to forgetfulness. We all do that, right? You leave your keys somewhere, spend 30 minutes looking for them only to find them in your other pocket. Just normal everyday life. But over time, these little oddities started becoming harder to ignore. Things started moving more frequently. His TV remote wouldn't be where he left it. His shoes, which he always lined up perfectly by the door, would be slightly shifted just enough to be noticeable. And then came the smell. A faint, musty, almost decaying odor seeping into his living space. Kevin, now thoroughly creeped out, convinced himself that it had to be something rational. Maybe there was a dead animal in the walls, or maybe his mind was just playing tricks on him. That's what he told himself. Until he woke up one night to the sound of shuffling. Not from his neighbors, not from outside. Inside, coming from the ceiling. Kevin shot up in bed, heart pounding. He sat there, frozen, listening. The sound stopped. Silence. Then something even worse happened. The hatch to his attic was slightly ajar. Now, most people would immediately leave their apartment, call a friend, maybe even get the police involved. But Kevin decided that he needed proof. So he did what any rational 4chan user would do. He set up a camera. The next night, Kevin borrowed a cheap webcam from his friend and set it up in his living room, aimed directly at the attic hatch. Then he did his best to pretend nothing was wrong. Hours passed. He forced himself to sleep. And the next morning, with a deep breath, he checked the footage. At first, there was nothing. Hours of stillness. Then, at 3:17 a.m., the hatch slowly slid open, and a pale, thin, human-like hand emerged. The fingers curled around the edge. Then a face appeared. It was gaunt, hollow eyes, greasy, stringy hair, and it was looking directly at the camera. Then, in a movement that defied all logic, the thing, this person, slithered down without making a single sound. Kevin's stomach dropped. He watched in horror as this figure moved silently through his apartment, creeping toward his bedroom. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished back up into the attic. The footage ended. Kevin sat there shaking. Someone had been living in his ceiling, watching him, moving through his space while he slept. Without wasting another second, Kevin grabbed his phone, dialed 911, and ran out of his apartment. The aftermath. When the police arrived, they found exactly what Kevin feared. In his attic was a filthy sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, and a rusted old knife. But there was no person. Whoever, or whatever had been living there was gone. They never caught him. And to this day, Kevin has no idea how long that person had been watching him, lurking above him, waiting. But let me ask you this. How often do you check your attic? The smiling man was real. It was around 2:30 a.m. when another 4chan user, let's call him Mark, was walking home from a friend's house. Now, Mark wasn't the type to get scared easily. He had lived in this city for years, knew the streets well, and always made sure to stay aware of his surroundings. But tonight, something felt off. The streets were too quiet. No cars, no people, just the soft hum of distant streetlights buzzing in the cold air. Then he saw him. At first, it was just a figure, standing completely still under a flickering streetlight about a block away. A tall, thin man, wearing a suit. His back was turned, and he seemed to be swaying ever so slightly. Mark slowed his pace. Something about the man made his stomach twist, but he wasn't about to cross the street like some paranoid idiot, so he kept walking. And then, the man started moving. Not walking, dancing. His body moved in exaggerated, jerky twirls, his legs kicking out unnaturally, arms swaying like a marionette on invisible strings. Mark had seen drunk people before, but this wasn't drunk. It was deliberate, like he wanted to be seen. Mark quickly glanced around. Still no one. Just him and this man. And then the man stopped dancing. He turned, and that's when Mark saw his face. A wide, stretched out grin. Not normal, not forced. Too wide, too still. Like his face had been stuck that way for years. And then, without breaking eye contact, the smiling man took a step toward him. Then another. Then he sprinted. The chase. Mark didn't wait to see what would happen next. His survival instincts kicked in and he bolted. Now, Mark wasn't out of shape, but the smiling man, he was fast. And worse, he was silent. No panting, no footsteps, just the sound of Mark's own heart pounding in his ears. Mark cut a sharp corner, nearly slipping as he sprinted down a side street. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The smiling man was gaining on him, his body still moving in that unnatural, exaggerated way, as if his limbs were bending just a little too far. Mark saw a 24-hour convenience store up ahead, the only sign of life on the street. He didn't think. He just ran inside, slamming the door behind him. The cashier, a bored-looking guy in his 20s, barely glanced up as Mark stumbled inside, gasping for breath. "Dude, you okay?" Mark turned towards the glass door, but the smiling man was gone. Not walking away, not hiding, just gone. Mark stood there, shaking, staring out into the empty street. The cashier was still looking at him confused. "You saw that guy, right?" Mark gasped. "What guy?" The aftermath. Mark waited in that convenience store for 30 minutes, too afraid to step back outside. Eventually, he forced himself to leave, sprinting the last few blocks home. He locked every door, every window, closed every curtain, and for the next few weeks, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. But he never saw the smiling man again. Years later, Mark posted his experience on 4chan's paranormal board, expecting to be called a liar. But then, something terrifying happened. Other users started sharing their own encounters. Different cities, different times, but the same description. The tall man, the suit, the dancing, the grin. Some even claimed that they had seen him before Mark's encounter, and some claimed that they had seen him afterwards. So I have to ask you, the next time you're walking home alone at night, and you see someone standing just a little too still under a streetlight, what would you do if they started dancing? The Lake City Quiet Pills mystery. It all started with a death notice. On July 17th, 2009, a longtime Reddit and 4chan user named Religion of Peace, a cranky, no-nonsense guy who often bragged about his military past, suddenly stopped posting. At first, no one thought much of it. Internet users disappear all the time. But then, a new post appeared on Reddit from someone using a different account. The message read, "I'm sorry to break the news, but Religion of Peace has passed away. He died of natural causes. Rest in peace, old friend." The post was signed by someone named Angel26. Now, most people would have just moved on, but this is the internet, where nothing goes unnoticed. And some users, especially those from 4chan, found something weird. Because who was Angel 26? And more importantly, why did they post this message on an obscure website that had nothing to do with Religion of Peace? The strange website. People started digging, and that's when they made a chilling discovery. Religion of Peace's profile had a link in his bio. It led to a shady-looking website called LakeCityQuietPills.com. The link looked primitive, just a blank white page with an image of a pill bottle and the phrase, dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to deserving people since 1968. Now, for those who don't know, Lake City Quiet Pills is a military slang for bullets, specifically bullets manufactured at the Lake City Armory ammunition plant. This wasn't just some random joke. This sounded like a hitman site. The hidden messages. At first glance, there was nothing else on the site, but someone decided to check the source code, the hidden text behind every web page. And that is when things got terrifying. Buried inside the code were hidden job postings, and these weren't normal jobs. They read like mercenary assignments. Here are some of the actual messages that were found. Need 3 guys. Must be fluent in Farsi. No KDDs. Seeking assets for overseas assignment. 8 positions. Flawless record required. Need an expert in wet work. Quick turnaround. Note, wet work is a term for assassination. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't a game. This sounded like an actual Black Ops recruitment board. And the deeper people dug, the more disturbing it got. The connection to a real assassination. One of the last messages hidden on the site read, "We have fulfilled the commission. The client is happy." That message was posted right around the same time of a high-profile assassination. On January 19, 2010, Mahmoud el-Mabou, a top commander of Hamas, was mysteriously killed in Dubai. Surveillance footage showed a group of highly trained operatives following him into a hotel room, where they silently took him out. Then, they disappeared. The hit was so professional, authorities believed it was done by an intelligence agency like Mossad. But now, some people think that it might have been a job posted on the Lake City Quiet Pills site. And remember, this was discovered by an accident. The disappearance. Once the internet caught wind of this, the website mysteriously went offline. Every trace of Lake City Quiet Pills was erased. The hidden messages, gone. And just like that, so were the people behind it. No one ever found out who Religion of Peace really was. No one ever found out who Angel 26 was. And no one ever found out who was actually posting those job listings. But the scariest part? This wasn't a creepypasta. This wasn't fiction. It was real. And to this day, no one knows how deep the rabbit hole really goes. So now I have to ask you, if you ever come across an old website full of strange decoded messages, do you keep digging? Or do you walk away before you learn too much? The 4chan serial killer. If you've spent any time on the darker corners of the internet, you know that 4chan isn't just memes and trolling. Sometimes, it's something far more disturbing. Because what if I told you that over the years, multiple posts have appeared on 4chan that seem to suggest something terrifying? That there might be a real serial killer lurking on the site. And worse, that he might have been telling us what he was doing that whole time. I can't stop. On April 27, 2015, a chilling post appeared on 4chan's X board, the board dedicated to the paranormal. The post simply read, "I can't stop myself anymore. I like killing people." Below that was a series of details about multiple unsolved murders. At first, people thought it was just a troll post, but then someone started fact-checking, and that's when things got really creepy. Because some of the details, like the locations, the weapons, even the descriptions of the bodies, were never released to the public. There's no way that a random 4chan user should have known these things, unless he was actually there. The photo of a dead woman. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. In 2013, a post appeared on 4chan's infamous B-board, one of the most chaotic and lawless places on the internet. The post contained a photo of a woman lying face down on a bed. She was partially naked, her body twisted unnaturally, and she wasn't moving. The caption? Turns out, it's way harder to strangle someone than it looks in the movies. At first, people assumed it was fake, just another edgy troll. But then, someone reverse searched the image, and their stomach dropped. Because the woman in the picture, she was real. Her name was Amber Lynn Coplin, and at that exact time that post was made, she had been reported murdered in her apartment in Washington State. The person who posted it, her boyfriend, David Kalak. And just minutes before posting the photo, he stole her car and led police on a high-speed chase. He was arrested soon after, which means that for a brief moment, 4chan had a literal murderer in its threads, posting evidence of his crime in real time. And even worse, this wasn't the last time something like this happened. The cryptic confessions. Over the years, several 4chan users have posted disturbing cryptic messages hinting at murders they may have committed. One of the most infamous examples came in 2017 when a user posted, "If someone kills a person and no one is around to see, did it really happen?" When someone replied jokingly asking if they were confessing to something, the original poster responded, "I've done it 4 times. You'll never find them." The thread was quickly deleted, but not before people noticed something disturbing. 4 missing person cases had been reported in that exact area over the last year. Coincidence? Or something much darker? The 4chan missing persons connection. And here's where things get even stranger. On multiple occasions, missing person reports have been leaked on 4chan before the media even reported them. In 2015, a user posted a blurry, low-resolution photo of a woman tied up in a basement. The message attached simply read, "She won't be missed." People thought it was another sick joke, until days later, a missing person report surfaced for a woman matching her exact description. The thread? Deleted. The user who posted it? Never seen again. And to this day, no one knows if the woman in the photo was ever found. Is there a serial killer on 4chan? Now, could some of these be elaborate hoaxes? Absolutely. But the sheer number of times real crimes have been linked back to 4chan is what makes this terrifying. Murder confessions, crime scene photos, information that shouldn't be public knowledge. And the most chilling part? The people behind these posts were never caught, which means they could still be out there, lurking, watching, maybe even listening to this video right now. The Wyoming incident. The broadcast that wasn't supposed to happen. It was a quiet night in 2006 when residents of several small towns in Wyoming sat down to watch their local evening news. But what they saw was not the news. Instead, their TVs flickered, the screen distorted, and then, without warning, the broadcast changed. A strange, grainy black and white video appeared. It showed distorted faces, pale, unnatural looking, their heads twisted at impossible angles, their eyes wide, blank, soulless, seemed to stare directly at whoever was watching. And then the messages appeared. You are ill. We see you. You will lose everything. Each message flashed on the screen for only a few seconds before glitching away. And then came the sounds. A low, pulsing hum. A droning noise that made people's skin crawl. Some claimed they heard whispers, but no one could make out what was being said. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the broadcast cut back to regular programming. No explanation. No acknowledgement. As if it had never happened. Was it a broadcast hijacking? Now, at first, people assumed it was some kind of technical error. Maybe the station got hacked, or the signal got crossed with another feed. But here's where things get really creepy. The local TV station denied anything unusual had happened. They claimed no records of an interruption, no strange footage, nothing. As far as they were concerned, it never existed. But people had seen it. And not just one or two viewers. Dozens of people from different towns who didn't know each other described the exact same thing. The faces, the messages, the feeling of something watching them. The mysterious website. After the story started making rounds online, someone discovered a weird website connected to the Wyoming incident. It was filled with more disturbing imagery, warped faces, cryptic symbols, and messages that made no sense. But one message stood out. It read, "They are waiting for you." Waiting? For what? No one knew. And when people tried to track down the site owner, the site disappeared. Gone. Like it had never been there in the first place. The physical effects, and here's where things get even weirder. Some people who watched the broadcast reported intense physical reactions, splitting headaches, nausea, a feeling of paranoia that wouldn't go away. One man even claimed that every time he closed his eyes, he could still see the faces. But the strangest case? A woman from Wyoming allegedly suffered a severe seizure shortly after watching. She had no history of epilepsy, and her family swore that before the broadcast she had seemed perfectly fine. But after that night, she was never the same again. Was it a government experiment? Some theorists believe that the Wyoming incident wasn't a hack at all. They think that it was something much darker. A test. Possibly a government mind control experiment, similar to the infamous MKUltra program, where the CIA experimented with subliminal messaging and psychological warfare. Some even claim that the faces weren't just random. They were real people, victims of something. And the messages? Warnings. The footage resurfaces. For years, there was no proof that the Wyoming incident had ever happened. Then, out of nowhere, a video surfaced online. A short clip showing exactly what people had described. The faces, the messages, the eerie droning sound. It looked identical to what had been reported. But there was just one problem. No one could verify if it was real footage from the original broadcast, or just someone recreating the event. And the person who uploaded the video deleted their account. Never seen again. So I have to ask you, what if the Wyoming incident wasn't just a hoax? What if it was a test? A glimpse into something we weren't meant to see? And if that's true, who was really behind it? The Deep Web Red Room, a place you should never go. It was late 2011, when a young 4chan user, let's call him Ethan, stumbled into a part of the internet he could never leave. He didn't mean to. It was just curiosity. Like many others, Ethan had heard the rumors of red rooms, mysterious sites on the deep web where horrific things allegedly took place, live-stream torture, and murder for pay. Things no one should ever witness, much less be a part of. But like the forbidden fruit, Ethan's curiosity was irresistible. He wanted to see for himself. Finding the link. It all started with an innocuous post on the deep web. Ethan had spent months dabbling in encrypted forums, learning about the world of darknet markets, hidden sites, and rumors about underground activity. He'd seen it all. Drugs, weapons, stolen data. But something about this thread caught his eye. A single line. Looking for a serious viewer for a live broadcast tonight. No fakes. No time wasters. The post was followed by a URL, one that was short and oddly specific, a link to a website he'd never seen before. Ethan, shaking with a mix of excitement and dread, clicked the link and found himself staring at a plain black page. In the center, there was a countdown timer. T-minus 14 hours. The words on the page were simple yet chilling. Live stream in 14 hours. Pay for access. No refunds. Ethan had no idea what to expect, but his curiosity won out. He followed the instructions, set up the necessary cryptocurrency payment, and waited. The live stream. The next day, Ethan was back at his computer, sitting in front of the screen. His heart was pounding in his chest. The counter counted down, and when it finally hit 0, the screen flickered and came to life. At first, it was just a black room. The camera slowly zoomed in on a single chair in the center of the room. The air was thick with tension. Ethan couldn't look away. Then, the figure appeared. A man. He was dressed in tattered clothes, his face obscured by a hood, but Ethan could tell something was wrong. The man moved stiffly, like he was drugged or paralyzed. A streak of blood ran down his arm as if he had been there for a while. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A woman entered. Her movements were confident, controlled. She didn't speak, but there was almost something surgical in her demeanor. Ethan's stomach tightened. He didn't know what he was witnessing. He thought maybe it was some kind of disturbing performance art, but it didn't feel like that. It felt real. The woman reached the man and strapped him to the chair, strapping his arms and legs tightly. She stepped back, then looked directly into the camera. She smiled, a smile that froze Ethan's blood. The woman didn't speak, but a text appeared on the screen in bold letters. Would you like to make a donation to keep the fun going? And then, in chilling silence, the camera zoomed in on the man's face. The man's eyes were wide with terror. Ethan felt his pulse racing, his hands shaking as he stared at the screen. He didn't want to watch, but something in him couldn't look away. The horrific turn. The stream continued. The woman began torturing the man, slowly, methodically. First with a knife, cutting small slices of his skin, teasing the blade over his body. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. She was enjoying this. And then, the room went dark. Ethan's screen flickered again, and when the lights came back on, the man was gone. The woman, now alone in the room, was facing the camera. She stood still for a moment, then slowly began typing into a nearby terminal. And then, on the screen, the following words appeared. This was your last warning. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. The message wasn't just chilling. It felt like a direct threat. The aftermath. The next day, Ethan could hardly believe what he had seen. He checked the website again, but it was gone, completely wiped off the deep web. The link didn't exist anymore. The payment he'd made? Untraceable. He told a few friends about it, but most of them dismissed it as just some disturbing online prank or a well-crafted performance. But Ethan knew what he had seen was real, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized something else. He had been watched. Because after the stream ended, Ethan found something unsettling in his browser history. A single, cryptic message. "We've been watching you too." It was just a simple line, but the fact that it was in his browser history, that it came from a source he hadn't visited, sent an icy chill through him. What really happens in red rooms? To this day, the red room incident remains unexplained. No one has ever traced the site. No one knows if it was a one-time performance or something much darker. Some people believe red rooms are an elaborate hoax, staged with actors and makeup. But others, they believe that there are real red rooms out there, hidden deep in the dark web, where you can watch real-life horror unfold, if you're willing to pay for it. Some say the victims are just paid actors. Others think it's worse, that the people on the screen are real. And here's the worst part. No one knows who's behind these rooms. Who are the people behind these streams? Who owns these sites? And what happens to the people who watch? Grave robbing for fun and profit. It all began with a simple post on 4chan's X-board, the one dedicated to the paranormal, the dark, and the bizarre. The thread started innocuously enough, with someone asking for advice on a disturbing hobby they were considering. At first, it seemed like another dark joke, but as the thread progressed, it became clear that the poster, a user named Skeptical Wanderer, wasn't joking. The post detailed a step-by-step guide on how to dig up graves, retrieve bones, and sell them on the black market. Skeptical Wanderer's tone was nonchalant, as though he was explaining something mundane. But the more he wrote, the more unsettling the details became. His instructions weren't just a list of actions. They were methodical, almost clinical, as if he had done this before. The idea of grave robbing wasn't new, of course. It's a topic that's appeared on various dark web corners and gothic subcultures. But what made this post different was the level of detail. The guide, step by step. Skeptical Wanderer began by explaining how to identify the right grave, one that was old, abandoned, and legally untouched. According to him, the trick was to avoid freshly dug graves, since those would be under strict surveillance. He recommended focusing on century-old tombs, ones that had been forgotten by most. Next, he went into the tools required. Basic digging equipment, a few bags to store the bones, and most importantly, a small shovel to avoid detection. The finer details, like the best time of day to do the deed and how to make sure no one could hear you, made the whole process sound routine. But it was the next part of the guide that turned stomachs. The details of the robbery. He described the act of digging up a body as a delicate process. It wasn't just about getting to the bones. It was about ensuring that nothing was damaged. No evidence of what had been done. Be gentle, he wrote. You're looking for bones, not valuables. The human body is fragile, but bones are strong. If you're after the skull, remove it first. It's the easiest to sell. The detailed descriptions of how to extract certain bones from the body sounded clinical, but the eerie lack of emotion in the writing made it all the more unsettling. He explained how to carefully clean the bones once they were removed, the best ways to preserve them for resale. The skull's the best one. Clean it well, and people will pay good money for a skull. But it's the bones that'll make you the most profit. Fingers, toes, ribs, any bone really. People want them for all sorts of reasons. Jewelry, medicine, spiritual practices. You just need to find the right buyer. The unsettling replies. What made the thread even more disturbing wasn't just the guide, it was the responses. Several other users chimed in asking for more details, offering suggestions and even sharing their own experiences with grave robbing. One user named Dark Artisan claimed to have been digging up graves for years, but only for artistic purposes. He would create intricate sculptures using human bones. Another user named Bone Collector 44 mentioned selling bones to private collectors, and even a few medicine men who apparently used human remains in ancient rituals. Some of these posts sounded like sick jokes, but others felt different. There was an authenticity to their words, as if they had truly been involved in this world. One particularly chilling response came from a user named Old Gravedigger, who warned others to be careful. Don't get too comfortable. The smell gets to you after a while, and sooner or later, you'll start thinking about who's missing from the graves. The FBI involvement. It wasn't long before the thread was flagged by 4chan's moderators, who promptly deleted it. But before it vanished, screenshots of the guide had already been spread across the internet. The chilling part? 1 month later, FBI agents arrived at a small town in Ohio after a tip-off that connected back to the exact methods described in the thread. Authorities found several unmarked graves on an old property, and among them, human bones that were disturbingly well preserved. The exact kind Skeptical Wanderer had detailed. But what sent shivers down the spine of those involved in the investigation was the absence of a clear suspect. No one could figure out who had been robbing these graves. A connection to real-life murders. The investigation into the graves led to an even darker discovery. Several of the bodies from the graves had been linked to unsolved disappearances that had occurred in the area years earlier. The bones weren't just from forgotten graves. They were from people who had been buried without their families knowing they were missing. The police had no evidence to tie it to the online post, but the investigators couldn't shake the feeling that the two were connected. The details of the guide on 4chan had seemed so real, so specific, that it felt as if someone had been following these exact instructions, down to the very last step. And the fact that the bone sales fit into the pattern of the unsolved disappearances only deepened the suspicion. Some believed that the posts weren't just from a lone grave robber, but possibly a network of individuals operating across the country. The final warning. As for the original post by Skeptical Wanderer, it vanished, as did most of the users involved. Some people think they were tracked down by authorities after the thread gained attention. Others believe they simply stopped posting, disappearing into the shadows where the internet couldn't reach them. But the most unsettling part of the entire event was the final comment that Skeptical Wanderer left. Before the post was deleted, he wrote, "It's all for profit, you see. People will pay for anything, even bones." And after that, he simply typed, "But remember, the bones never lie." The Brandon Swanson case and the 4chan connection. Brandon Swanson was a 19-year-old college student from Marshall, Minnesota, who vanished without a trace in May of 2008. His disappearance remains one of the most haunting unsolved cases in the area. The details surrounding his last known moments are chilling. He had been driving home late one night, and after calling his parents to let them know, he had run off the road and was stranded in a rural area. He mysteriously disappeared. The disappearance. On the night of May 14, 2008, Brandon was driving home from a friend's house. Somewhere along the way, he swerved off the road and got his car stuck in a ditch. He called his parents to let them know about the situation, and they tried to guide him home. They stayed on the phone as he walked through a dark, isolated stretch of road near a deserted highway. At some point during the conversation, Brandon's voice grew panicked. He claimed to be near a farm, but couldn't see anything familiar. His parents asked him to stay put while they called the police for help. but before they could, the call suddenly cut off. Brandon's phone signal was lost, and he never returned home. The search for Brandon began immediately, but despite an exhaustive effort, no trace of him was found. Not his body, not his car, not any sight of him, or even any sight that he had ever walked into the woods near where his parents thought he might be. It was as though he vanished into thin air. The strange 4chan connection. The case went cold for years, and though it had sparked a lot of discussion on local news and forums, it wasn't until 2011 that the case gained a chilling new layer of mystery. A post appeared on 4chan's X-board, the paranormal section. It was a long thread discussing theories about Brandon's disappearance, but it wasn't just speculation. One user, whose identity was never revealed, seemed to know disturbing details about the case, details that had never been made public. The poster, who went by the name Watcher92, wrote that they had come across a strange cryptic message while searching through old online threads. They claimed to have found coordinates hidden in a forum dedicated to missing persons cases. These coordinates, they said, led to a remote location near Brandon Swanson's last known call. The poster then claimed they had found an obscure encrypted audio file hidden deep within the web. The file, once decoded, allegedly contained Brandon's last words. According to Watcher92, Brandon's last words were not to his parents, but to someone else, someone following him. The audio file was never made public, but the claim stirred up enough interest to set off a wave of digging and investigation, not just in the real world, but in the darkest corners of the internet. The disturbing clues left behind. What made this post even more terrifying was the way Watcher92 described the circumstances surrounding Brandon's disappearance. According to them, Brandon hadn't just wandered off the road. He had been lured into the woods by someone who had been watching him. They described the person as someone who had been tracking Brandon since he made the phone call to his parents. Someone who had been following him without leaving any trace. The post also claimed that the authorities had been covering something up. According to the mysterious poster, there were witnesses who had seen someone near Brandon's location at the time of his disappearance, but the police had never followed up on their testimonies. And the most chilling part of the post? They know where he is, but they're not telling us. The silence and the vanishing. As quickly as Watcher92 had appeared, they disappeared, leaving no further trace of their involvement in the case. The thread was eventually deleted, and all evidence of the post was wiped from 4chan's servers. However, people started to dig deeper into the mysterious coordinates, and a few claimed to have found a spot close to the area where Brandon had been last seen. But the most disturbing part of this entire story? Brandon's body was never found. No remains, no car, no clues. It's as if he's simply vanished. And those who followed the trail of Watcher92 and their cryptic messages couldn't shake the feeling that someone knew more than they were letting on. Theories and unanswered questions. Over the years, a number of theories have been proposed, ranging from accidental death to a deliberate abduction. But the connection to 4chan? That remains the most unsettling part. Some believe that Watcher92 may have been a sick prankster looking for attention, while others think they were involved in the case in some way. Perhaps even someone with knowledge of a secret involved in the case that the public was never meant to know. What makes this case even more horrifying is that despite the public interest, no one ever found Brandon's remains. Not a trace of him ever resurfaced. And to this day, his disappearance is still classified as unsolved. The broken phone incident. A particularly eerie story was shared by a user who described receiving anonymous phone calls that lasted for hours. The strange part? Every time they picked up the phone, they heard a distorted voice repeating their name, sometimes in a calm whispering tone, sometimes in a frantic, panicked scream. The user tried everything, changing their phone number, getting a new phone, blocking the calls, but no matter what they did, the calls would always come. The voice on the other end seemed to be getting more desperate with each passing day, pleading the user to stop investigating. Then came the moment that would haunt the user forever. One night the phone rang again. The voice on the other end simply said, "I see you." The user quickly hung up, but the phone immediately rang again. When they answered, there was no voice this time. Instead, they heard heavy breathing, as if someone was standing right behind them. Frightened, the user got up to check but found no one there. They returned to their phone, only to see it had been destroyed, completely shattered, even though they know they hadn't dropped it. The call ceased after that, but the user was never able to get rid of the feeling that someone had been watching them from the other side of the phone. The creepy neighbor. A user posted about an experience with a neighbor who at first seemed like a normal person. The neighbor would sometimes help with groceries or wave hello in passing, but over time, the user began to notice increasingly odd behavior. The neighbor started showing up at their door uninvited, offering strange gifts, old newspapers, broken trinkets, and homemade food. When the user politely declined, the neighbor began staring through the windows, always standing just far enough away that it was hard to make out their expression. But the real horror began when the user found a collection of photographs on their doorstep, pictures of themselves, taken from inside their own home while they slept. The photos had been taken from different angles, some even showing them through the window, standing right outside. One day the neighbor was seen digging in the yard with what looked like a shovel. But when the user confronted them, the neighbor simply said, "I'm just making sure you're safe." The user immediately called the police, but by the time they arrived, the neighbor had disappeared, leaving behind only an empty house. The user moved away shortly afterward, but to this day, they can't help but wondering if they were just the last victims in a long line of unsettling encounters. The Grim Reminder Thread. In a series of chilling posts on the B-board, a user recounted a strange experience after they woke up in a different place. They couldn't remember how they got there, only that they were lying on the floor of a strange, unfamiliar room. The room was plain with white walls and no windows, but the air felt cold, suffocating. As they tried to stand, they realized something was wrong. Their hands were bound by something tight and unbreakable, like thick ropes that didn't seem to exist in the physical world. They could feel them, but when they tried to touch them, their hands would pass through the ropes as if they were just an illusion. In the corner of the room, there was a single note pinned on the wall with what appeared to be a bloody knife. The note simply said, "You're still here, aren't you? You never left." When the user tried to call for help, their voice couldn't leave their throat. They couldn't even make a sound. As they continued to struggle, they felt as though they were becoming trapped, not just in the room, but in some sort of space between worlds. After several days of posting, the user stopped responding. Their account was never seen again, and the thread was eventually locked, leaving behind only their terrifying account of a place that defiled both time and space. The Mannequin in the woods. A user posted about a strange experience while hiking in a remote part of the Pacific Northwest. After walking through a dense patch of woods, they stumbled upon what appeared to be a realistic mannequin standing by a tree. It looked human, but something about it felt wrong. It didn't have a face, and its limbs were stiff, but its posture suggested it was waiting for something. Curious, the user decided to get closer, but just as they did, they heard a soft rustling in the trees behind them. They turned around to see a man with no face, just skin stretched across a featureless head. Terrified, the user ran back the way they came, looking over their shoulder to see the mannequin moving slowly, following them at a distance. They ran for what felt like hours before finally making it to a clearing and looking back. There was nothing there. The next day, the user returned to the spot, but the mannequin and the faceless figure were gone, as if they never existed. The Unstoppable Stalker. A chilling post appeared on B one night, in which a user described being followed for weeks by a man that they had never met. At first, the user dismissed it as paranoia, just someone who happened to be in the same place at the same time. But after a while, the coincidences started to feel too frequent to ignore. They would notice this man at random times and places, waiting at the bus stop, walking down the street, sitting at the same coffee shop. When the user tried to confront him, the man would either ignore them or smile, a cold, unsettling smile that sent a shiver down their spine. Things escalated when the user received a letter, written in their own handwriting, but without any memory of writing it. The letter contained personal details about their life that only someone who had been following them would know. They reported it to the police, but by the time authorities investigated, the stalker had vanished. The last post on 4chan described the user being at home, hearing a knock on the door, only to find no one there, but a single rose left on the doorstep, with a note that said, "I'll be back tomorrow." I was driving home when I realized a truck had been following behind me for miles. Just to be precautious, I made an abrupt last-second U-turn. He did too. It was there that I realized he was following me. While on the phone with 911, I made sharp turns and ran red lights to try and lose him. He wouldn't stop, literally almost hitting my car a couple of times as he sped up trying to catch up. The 911 operator instructed me to go to a local grocery store and wait for the police. I parked right in front of the store's entrance, where there were surveillance cameras, and waited. He decided to park his car at a distance and waited for me to get out of my car. All of a sudden, I heard a hard knock at my window. I freaked out, and it turned out to be the grocery store manager, letting me know 911 just notified him of the situation. He asked if I wanted to go inside the store, and he would protect me until the cops arrived. I honestly feared the worst and told him no. I was shaking, but I thought this maniac might have a gun. He could shoot me and everyone in there. Cops arrived and luckily cornered him in the back of the parking structure. I was shaking as they came to my car, my hand gripping the wheel very tightly. They arrested him soon after for a third DUI, and the police filed a report. I didn't know who he was. Apparently, he lived a couple of miles away from me. Unfortunately, 2 months later, I received a letter to notify me that I may be subpoenaed. I call the DMV who issued the letter, and they notify me that not only is he free again, but that my information, including my address, were on the police report that was provided to him and his attorney. Thanks, LAPD. I now live in fear that he may come any day and hurt me. I've never posted this subreddit before, but after working with authorities, I feel safe enough to share my story. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and I started an OnlyFans account over the summer to support myself through school, and things were great until I posted my Amazon wishlist. Amazon doesn't release your address to people who gift you items, but third-party sellers can, and that's where I went wrong. By the way, not trying to promote it here, this is a very frightening story and I feel like it should be shared. In late July, I got a puppy. One night at around 2 a.m., I took him outside to go to the bathroom. While he was doing his business, I noticed a car parked outside my family home. I saw a figure in the car and could tell that they were looking at me, but I couldn't make out their face because it was pitch black outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, I picked up my puppy to take him back inside, and when I started to move, the car parked in my driveway. I sprinted back inside and locked the door, but they never approached my house. The next morning, I went to check the mail. There was an envelope addressed to my OnlyFans name with $20 in it, but no note. I was currently still at home with my parents who had no idea about my OnlyFans account, so I didn't mention it to them. A week later, I moved back to my college town to get ready to start school. At this time, I had stopped posting for the time being until I could figure out how they got my address. I've watched enough crime shows to know there's a possibility I could be in danger. I live in a duplex with a gated parking lot for reference. One morning, I was planning on vlogging my trip to Target because I was planning on starting a YouTube channel in the near future since my OF felt unsafe. When I got to my car, it had been ransacked and my vlogging camera was missing. I know, it's my fault for leaving it in my car, but I was using it the night before, and since I lived in a gated area, I didn't think it would be unsafe. It wasn't in plain sight either. I had hidden it in my glove box. I used that camera to film my content, and the SD card was in there, and it had all of my unreleased photos and videos. I know they stole it just for the SD card. Anyways, this is where the story gets weird. There are cameras outside in the parking lot, so we were able to watch this person break into my car and find the camera, and they didn't touch any of the other 7 cars on the lot. They knew which car was mine, which suggests that they had been watching me for a bit. After they got the camera, they walked around the duplex until stopping near my window. My bedroom faces an outside street, and my blinds are broken, so it's very easy to see in. I have a curtain, but it doesn't cover my window all the way. This person watched me sleep for an hour or so. I have no idea why they didn't try to break in, but thank God they didn't. This person then sold the camera to a pawn shop, and since I knew the serial number, the police were able to find it. However, my SD card was missing. I believe the police are still trying to track him down, but I have broken my lease and moved to a new place, so hopefully that'll keep me safe. Hey, guy who terrorized me at my phone and apartment and stole my camera, let's not meet again. I'm in my 20s now, and unfortunately for me, I've had a ton of creepy encounters. Possibly the worst is this guy from high school who developed a crush on me. I'll call him Mark and use different names for other people. Tons of people in my town know this story, and I'm going to try to avoid giving away a lot of hints because honestly, he still creeps me out, and the whole situation still makes me uneasy. Mark was the same age as me, and had been held back a year, so I met him when I was a sophomore and he was a freshman. I wanted to start out by saying that Mark wasn't a bad-looking guy. He wasn't even socially awkward, and was a talented singer and musician. Despite him not having your typical something's off vibe, something was definitely off. I was pretty popular, and had some anger issues back in the day, so I brushed Mark off without even a thought about him. But everyone was uneasy around him. This included teachers and parents of other students. I had to deal with Mark because we both took theater. For sake of length, I'll skip the endless strange things he did and focus on what really put me off. He started telling everyone, myself included, that he had a crush on me barely a day after knowing me. He used to try to hang out with my friends and I constantly. He started doing weird things like asking people where I was when I was absent or not at rehearsal because my role didn't require it. If you're in a show, you can go to all the rehearsals even if you're not rehearsing on stage that day. And he started going to every rehearsal. He would just stare at me. And soon he got to the point of staying after much longer than required. Perhaps that would have been less strange if, when he turned 16, he had a truck. He didn't turn it in a parking lot facing the theater exit and wait for me to come out. Always offering rides. By my junior year, the amount of times he would approach me and other people about how great I was getting less annoying and more disturbing. Being as I had a reputation of being tough, I basically just cursed him out and became exceptionally rude, which really only made him try more. Something to note about me is I'm a very picky eater, and people who have known me for years can't keep up with what I do eat and what I hate. But Mark started buying me food and giving it to me, and it would always be these particular things that there was no way he should have known, unless he just watched me constantly. He started trying to give me money too, and I always told him to get away from me and would threaten him in one way or the other. I noticed at rehearsals that money ended up in my backpack, the same amount that he always was trying to give me, so obviously it was him. Winter started to roll around and I was just creeped out. Everyone basically said he was the creepiest dude ever, and how I hadn't been completely freaking out before now was beyond them. I was very close with 3 guys. 2 were brothers, Jason and Mike, and my best friend Toby. Jason and Mike went to church twice a week and announced to myself and some mutual friends that Mark had been kicked out of the youth group for inappropriate advances on girls there, apparently of all ages. It was around this time Mark just started following me, sitting across from me in rooms, at lunch, in the theater. Being rude hadn't worked. Being neutral hadn't worked. So I was just acting like he didn't exist at this point. It was hard considering he had started following us to dinner after shows and sitting at other tables next to us in restaurants. Here's where it gets bad, and I didn't even realize this was as potentially bad as it could have been until I was an adult. After rehearsal, Jason and Mike headed home in Jason's car, and I got in Toby's car. They all lived in the same community, and there was a park and a lake there, and we decided to go walk around. Apparently, Mark decided following us wasn't out of the question, and as we got to the parking lot, he did too. Night security told him flat out they knew he didn't live there and to leave, knowing me because I was friends with many people who lived there. Only later did Mark tell us that the night security asked him to leave, and he said he was with us. Jason, Mike, Toby, and I just walked around throwing rocks into the lake and talking, and Mark followed us. Being that it was cold, he literally took it upon himself to try to put his coat on me, and he insisted as I refused, and finally I just gave in. Mistake. Jason and Mike got into Jason's car because they were over Mark being creepy and said we needed to get out of there. Mark tried to leave his coat with me, but I didn't want anything to do with anything of his. Toby insisted he take the jacket back and tell him to get lost, as everyone knew we were best friends and he was over 6'4". I said I could take care of it. Second mistake. I took it off and handed it to him through the window of his truck, and he said dead serious, "I'm gonna put this in my shrine to you." I remember I huffed angrily, but didn't say anything, and as I went back to walk to my friends, his eyes went dead, and he says so blankly, "You know, you're the type of girl that makes guys like me bring guns to school." That was it for me. I excused myself as nicely as I could without being too nice, and got into Toby's car. He could tell something happened and asked what. When I repeated what I had been told, he instantly waves Jason back to his car, who had gotten out to come ask why we weren't following them to his house. Once Jason was back in his car, Toby called him and told him what happened, and said not to go anywhere until Mark left. After about 5 minutes, he did. We all went to Jason's house, and the three of them, including Jason and Mike's parents, said this had gone on long enough, and that was a threat and that I needed to tell someone. But I refused, saying he was just trying to scare me. Luckily for me, Jason and Mike's mom knew my mom very well, and after Toby and I left, so he could drive me home, she called my mom and told her what happened. Toby decided to spill the beans the second he saw my parents, saying if I wouldn't tell them, he would. My mother just heard the same story of this dude mentioning bringing a gun to school over me from 2 different people. She called her friend who was a cop, and she went to the school the next day. What exactly happened to Mark, I don't know. All my mother, our cop friend, and the administration at our school did say was that it was taken care of, and that he was no longer allowed to be within 100 feet of me. After this, my senior year was filled with him staring at me, but never coming up to me. But throughout this year, an entire year after his comment to me, people I barely knew would approach me saying Mark said weird stuff like wanting to marry me, and even creepier that he had a shrine to me. I like to believe that there was never a shrine, and he was just being weird, but everyone in my life swears that they believe this shrine existed. I hate to think what would have happened had I not been with Toby, Jason, and Mike. If Jason and Mike's mom didn't tell my mom, and Toby also didn't tell her. I was originally mad that they were going to adults about it, but now I realize that there is a chance that comment was more of a threat. Every now and then, I wonder what would have happened if no one told. If I hadn't obviously looked scared and Toby picked up on it. Could this guy have shot up our school? Killed me, my friends, and innocent people? I like to think that it was just a bunch of talk from a weird guy. But so often, people do end up acting on their insane ramblings. Toby and I are still best friends, and I can never stop thanking him for involving Jason and Mike's parents, as well as my parents. This happened like 6 or 7 years ago now. Feel free to ask any questions. Your questions might help me jog my memory and I'll answer more details. I played soccer for 1 year in community college after high school. I knew this guy because he worked for the athletics department. He was another student. Tuesdays and Thursdays I had a 1-hour gap between classes. This guy noticed me in the library, asked what I was doing there. I told him I had an hour-long gap, and he started coming regularly to hang out. I didn't mind because he seemed like a normal guy. He wasn't waiting for anything, but he just wanted to hang out. He brought me little gifts a few times, like chocolate and stuff. He was being a little too sweet for someone I barely knew. I didn't think about red flags. With the gifts, I remember he always downplayed it. He'd be like, "They had extra Kit Kat bars today in the office. Do you want some?" He never said that he purposely bought Kit Kat for me. I know a lot more about boys now than I knew back then. I think he knew that buying me gifts would be too much, but he still wanted to do it without doing it. The soccer season for us ended before Thanksgiving. The only teams that kept playing after that were going to the playoffs, not us. After Thanksgiving, we had finals. In the brief period after the soccer season and before Thanksgiving, he asked me about my classes for second semester. To be honest, I hadn't been super organized with course registration, and I honestly didn't know. Also, the other counselors were completely clueless. I didn't tell him that, but I remember saying I didn't have another gap hour like this, because it wasted so much time. I don't think he was happy to hear that. He also asked if I would play another season, and I said no to that. I needed to manage my time better, and playing soccer every day was not helping. I think my mistake was that I just said too much and unfiltered. I used to do that a lot back then, saying too much without thinking about how it can affect other people's feelings. That was on the last Thursday before Thanksgiving, so no more hour gaps to hang out anymore. We had Thanksgiving break. We took finals, and we had winter break. Everything was great. Winter break was when the real problem started. In the mornings, this guy literally showed up outside my house while sitting in his car. The first time I didn't believe it was actually him. The second time I checked and it was. By then, it was really clear that we both knew what was going on. He was stalking me. And that wasn't all. I posted on my Instagram stories sometimes about places that I was. This guy literally showed up there several times, like girly stores at the mall where he had zero business being. He did lots of things like that. He also started pointing his phone at me like he was taking pictures. That was even weirder. I basically stopped using social media over this. After winter break, this continued. When my parents were at work, this guy came during the afternoon too. I called the cops a few times. They went and tried to talk to him. He basically told them that he wasn't going to talk, and that was it. I think the cops wanted to help, but they could never do anything about it because he was careful to not break the law. Like, he didn't trespass. He didn't make threats. He didn't show weapons, etc. I have no idea what he's doing now. My guess is that he gave up. Maybe his little obsession kind of became old, and he found other things to pay more attention to. At least, I hope so. But if he still comes by, I have no idea. I think the most challenging thing is that I couldn't tell my parents, since I knew that they would completely freak out. Six years ago, I was a new mom, learning to balance my job, family, and health. My social life primarily existed on the internet at this time, and Facebook and Instagram were the main ways I kept in contact with others. I received a friend request from Steven, an old friend from high school. I accepted, and everything was normal for a while. After a couple of months, Steven sent a DM asking how I was. The conversation was fine, but it didn't take too long for me to realize that this wasn't the Steven I knew. They had the same first and common last name. His profile picture was not a picture of himself, so I never realized this was a different person. Either way, we had several mutual friends and he didn't do anything especially creepy, so I left him on my friends list. He would occasionally message and chat, and he seemed like someone that was a bit socially awkward but harmless. I would respond, but kept the conversations brief. One day I got a text from him, which surprised me because I never gave him my number. I asked how he got my number and he said from my website, which was fair. I'm an artist and had email and phone contact info on my art site. He began texting several times a day, and I would give short responses followed with something like, "At work, talk to you later," or "Dinner with the fam, have a good evening." He started talking about his new boyfriend, saying that he was one of the gay conservatives, and things were going well. I told him I'm glad that he has a partner that aligns with him and wished him well. He then began talking about a lot of conservative politics and was aggressive about it, and I told him I was liberal, so it was probably best that we didn't have those conversations. His messages began turning sexual, where he would ask if I wanted to hear about the sex parties that him and his boyfriend threw. I told him no. I didn't really know him and it was inappropriate. One day, I was busy with work and returned to my phone to see dozens of messages from him, angry that I wasn't responding, and he went on and on sharing very graphic sexual stories. I responded and told him I had been polite to him because he seemed like he didn't have many friends, but this was too much and I was blocking him. I told him that I didn't believe that he was gay, and he was just saying it in an attempt to make me think that he's harmless. I proceeded to block him on social media, and I blocked his phone number. A couple of days later, I started getting lots of friend requests from accounts that I didn't have mutual friends with, and no friends. I knew they were probably fake pages that he was creating. I would block them and move on. Then I began getting phone calls and texts from fake phone numbers. Same thing, I would block them and move on. I messaged our mutuals to ask what they knew about him, and none of them knew him. He had just requested them and they accepted. He began sending friend requests to my friends, family, and other women in my dance troupe. I let everyone know that they needed to block him. For months, not a day passed that I didn't get a weird phone call or friend request or DM. It would range from a normal "how are you" to vague threats of "I could make you talk to me if I really wanted to." He lived several hours away, so I wasn't particularly concerned. Things got quieter until one evening my notifications started going off like crazy, and my phone was ringing with unknown numbers. It was on my art page. Probably 15 different accounts had posted porn on my page, or things like "OP is a whore" or "OP is a thief." I knew it was him because he also accidentally posted from his real account. I didn't realize that I never blocked him from that page. He also sent a message to my art page, saying sorry for that, and that he missed his friend, and he was just trying to get my attention. I didn't respond, blocked him, and called the police. Since stalking and harassment laws are awful, they didn't do anything. Later that night, I woke up around 2 a.m., for no reason other than that I was having trouble sleeping. I was up for a while playing on my phone when I started hearing a strange sound coming from the living room. It was back and forth between quiet cracking and scratching. At the time, we lived in a large ranch house, and the living room was at the other end of a long hall. I got up, thinking that my cats were into something or maybe after a mouse. I flipped on the living room light and the sound stopped. I scanned around looking for my cats when I noticed an open window. Our windows are large from floor to ceiling and opened by pulling them down from the top. The top of the window still had pry marks and the lock was broken. Thankfully, this house was old and the windows did not open easily, and we had only been able to open it about 8 inches. I woke my husband up, got my son out of his room, and called the police. I knew it was Steven. It was too big of a coincidence that he blew up that day, and then someone tries to break into my house in the middle of the night. We couldn't prove it was him. There was no evidence other than what had happened that day that pointed to him. The police spoke to him, and I believe that it scared him enough to leave me alone. I was obviously horrified at the time, and I began looking up anything I could about him. I wound up founding his YouTube channel, which solidified my fears even more. He posted Rush Limbaugh-style rants when he would get angrier and angrier until he was red-faced and nearly spitting. He frequently talked about violence and would show off his gun collection. This led me to finding his real last name. I googled his name and found that he had been arrested 2 years prior for holding a woman against her will in a hotel and attempting to assault her. Thankfully, she was able to escape with only a bloody lip. We moved not long after. I wanted neighbors and off the farm. I removed my phone number from my site and I locked down all of my social media. I still sleep with a baby monitor in my son's room because I'm so scared of someone coming in at night. His YouTube channel was shut down after a bit, and I haven't heard from him since. So, Steven, I hope you wound up in jail, and let's not meet. I feel like this scene traumatized me since I remember it so well whenever I think about fear. The reason this memory scares me till this day is probably because I have yet to discover what animal it was. My closest bet would be raccoons, but the uncertainty is what frightens me so much. That day I decided to push a bit more, and even though I was at a shelter with my trail fam and it was dusk, I just wanted to keep moving and night hike to the closest camp spot ahead. We've been there before. I waited out the momentary rain in the shelter and started hiking moments before it actually got dark. My buddy told me not to drink the water from one of the water sources ahead because apparently there was a factory accident or something contaminated the stream or river. I remember going downhill from that shelter, crossing that stream, and then having to cross a highway that was pretty wide. It had a thickly wooded median strip. At this point, I was ready to pitch my tent anywhere, but the surroundings didn't permit that, so I kept going. I got into a woody section of the trail where everything around my headlamp was pitch dark. The headlamp, by the way, had an issue, most likely because of weak battery. It would dim itself and I would have to reset it. It was enough to see where my next step was going, so I just kept it dim. This is when I encounter a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the right. Nothing out of the ordinary when night hiking. Could be anything, really. These eyes were medium-sized, 4 to 5 inches apart, roughly 4 feet off the ground. Right next to them were another pair of eyes, but slightly smaller and shorter. My first thought was actually bear cubs, because of the way they acted really reminded me of curious cubs, mesmerized behind their mama. I just let them be and focused on moving forward. And this is when I saw it. 1, 2, 3 more of them, all slightly varying in size, and this time on my left. I grabbed my trekking poke, a clever name I made for a modified trekking pole the size of a steak, and started banging it on a tree. The eyes didn't move at all and just stared back at me. Fine. I kept moving while I banged the passing by trees with my poke. And then as the trail turns right, in front of me I see this line of about a dozen of pair of eyes, all of them just sitting there in the outlines of the trees without moving one bit. This is when the fear started flowing, so I picked up my pace and turned right, ignoring any glare in my peripheral vision. I just stormed the heck out of there. Soon as I was out of that section and I managed to make it to a pond where I stealth camped. Whenever I would tell others about this, they would shrug it off, thinking that I'm probably exaggerating or that it was nothing serious. But experiencing it firsthand all alone, knowing that you're greatly outnumbered, was really scary. I wonder if anyone else has any similar experiences that they can't get out of their minds either. Funny thing, I just realized that my trekking poke died/broke that night while I was using it to climb some rocks shortly after this episode. It was quite an adventurous hike. The Man in the Red Raincoat. I was hiking in New York and made it to this awesome deli, the Appalachian Market, in time for dinner. I ate a delicious dinner there while I waited out a rainstorm. The deli was so delicious that I decided I would stealth camp near the road that night. I would get an early start the next morning, fueled by a New York breakfast sandwich and coffee. I crossed the road and found a flat spot to set up near the road, but noticed what looked like a homeless person set up nearby with a hammock and a bunch of stuff everywhere. I decided to keep going and found a flat spot a bit further down trail. A few hours later, I was woken up by a bright light. There was someone outside my tent with a flashlight or headlamp, and they were shining the light all around. I hear footsteps outside my tent. Who would shine their light on someone's tent at midnight? That can't be another thru hiker, can it? Then I hear a man's voice. Whoever is outside of my tent sounds angry and crazy. What do they want? I hold my breath and hope that they think I'm sleeping. The footsteps stop and the lights shine on and around my tent. Hey, what the heck? The angry voice grumbles incoherently. I start wondering if I should yell and try and scare him away. Should I make a run for it? I have no idea if the crazy man outside my tent has a knife or some sort of weapon. So I sit still and hope and pray that he will eventually leave. 5 or 10 minutes later, I hear the footsteps walking away from my tent and the light disappears. Finally, I can breathe again. The crazy man is gone, but will he return? I fell asleep for a little while, and then suddenly I woke up feeling uneasy. I turn and look out the half-unzipped rainfly of my tent and notice someone standing outside my tent. Just outside, there is a man with a red raincoat and a gray beard staring at me. He is completely silent, but is staring right at me. I reach to grab my knife, but then realize I don't have one. I blink and look back for the man, but he's gone. Was that just a dream? The next morning, after very little sleep, I wake up and walk back to the deli. On the side of the trail, I notice a man passed out in a sleeping bag. He's wearing a red raincoat. My ex's dad and I had an uncomfortable encounter in 2009 with a raincoat man in the area of Swatara Gap, Pennsylvania, during a week-long section hike. It wasn't frightening for us in the end, though, just really sad. We were less than half a mile from crossing 72, going NB on the Appalachian Trail. Ex's dad stopped in his tracks and motioned for me to stay put. You know that whole subtle eye movement thing you can do to try to get someone to look a certain way with interest? He did that, and I looked off to the left of the trail to see a pretty well camouflaged dugout shelter with this dude just standing beside it, motionless, staring at us. This was roughly a 6-foot-tall white male, very wrinkly face, gray beard, but it was kind of dark towards the roots. He didn't have male pattern baldness. He had kind of a full head of white, gray, dark-rooted hair. He wore an olive green raincoat, not red. I wouldn't bet anything valuable on my memory of his pants and hat, but I think he was wearing average khaki cargo pants that were way too big for him, held up by something, hopefully a belt. I wouldn't call our experience scary, though, more sad. My ex's dad was a veteran, recognized something in this dude, and they went for a walk to talk about their time served. Ex's dad didn't tell me what exactly the conversation held, and I never wanted to ask. That night, my ex's dad told me before we retired to our own tents that I didn't have to worry about him, if I was. He sounded so sad. Most scared I was on trail was getting to a shelter and running into some religious nutjob who kept harassing my hiking partner and I with tales of fire, brimstone, and biblical judgment. Dude seemed like he was having a full-on psychotic break, which is absolutely not something you want to deal with in the backcountry. It was really unsettling. We'd gotten there late, but we took off and tried to make as many miles as we could before dark. Oh, and I saw a cop pull a gun on some dude who was a fugitive hanging around the trail at Uncle Johnny's. The fugitive and the hiker were tripping sack on mushrooms when it was happening too. It was actually super sad, because the hiker had been sober when he hit the trail, but was allegedly not hiking anymore, and was just jumping around trail, getting messed out of his mind on drugs and booze. My wife and I were overnight hiking on a section that I knew very well. There was a rowdy group at a shelter that we planned on using, and we wanted to get up early, so we ended up using an extremely well-maintained collection of tent sites not far from the shelter, and were pleased with our spot. We waited until well after dark, and no one else showed up like we expected. I was having a rough time sleeping. I'd woken up to the noise of the partiers and was just chilling in the tent while my wife slept. I was getting closer to dozing when a very large buck decided to check out our tent with his antlers. He came right through it. There must have already been a tear or a weak spot. I'm pretty sure he was as shocked as I was that the tent popped/ripped, and scared out of my mind because I'd never encountered a deer doing something like that in all of my years on the trail. I froze. He froze. My wife continued to sleep because she sleeps through smoke alarms, so this frozen deer wasn't waking her. In the dark, it took my brain a second to really grasp what was even happening. Then, because in the middle of the night in the middle of the woods, nose to nose with a wild animal, I was not thinking at my best. I barked. I barked in his face. He did not move. If he had not been a wild animal, I could have easily given him a good boy pat on the snout. It didn't seem like a good idea at the time, and I just had to wait him out until he slowly removed himself from the interior of the tent and walked quietly off into the night, showing no sign of being spooked. When we ran into the partiers the next day, they told us that he had visited them as well and just stared at them for a while before moving on. My wife woke up the next morning, and was genuinely confused about what happened to the tent. I had really thought about messing with her and telling her that she slept through me fighting off a bear or a bobcat or something, but the truth was too irresistible. The first couple of bears I saw on trail ran away when they noticed me, just like you expect a bear to do. When I got to the Shenandoah, I noticed that the bears were so used to people that they didn't really run. They would just saunter off a short distance, sit down and watch you pass, but they always seemed to go just far enough that you couldn't get a good picture. Well, heading into Skylands, trying to make a breakfast buffet, I saw a bear not far from the stable. When I passed, this bear didn't seem to go as far as previous bears. Being a moron, my first thought is maybe I can get a picture. So I stop, turn around, and reach up into my lid to get my camera. The bear interpreted something about this combination of actions as a threat. It stomped one foot, and then came towards me with a couple of quick steps. Everything they tell you about looking big and standing your ground against a bluff charge went right out of my head. I shrank down small, turned away, and walked down the trail without running or looking back. I would like to tell you that I made a reasoned decision to appear not to be a threat, but there was no thought process. Right or wrong on my part, the bear must have been more bluff than charge, because I managed to walk away. Any thoughts of hitting second breakfast evaporated. I sat down in the lodge lobby, nursed a cup of coffee, and collected myself a bit. My dad and I were camping next to the Elk River, sharing a tent at the time. We set up camp in a small field next to the river and called it a night. My dad slept with earplugs. I did not. I woke up to something right outside the tent, right by the flap where our bags were. I heard loud snorting and thought hogs. I woke my dad. He sat up to listen, but of course no sound. He goes back to sleep and it starts again. I shake him awake again and no sounds. This time he goes back to sleep without his earplugs. Well, the snorting came on his side of the tent and he shut up quick. I stick my head out but saw nothing. No tracks. Our food bag was untouched. It took a long time to get back to sleep, but we learned later that it was likely a deer. My dad swears that he saw Ollie or whatever the little boy was named who supposedly haunts that one shelter, but I forget which. During my through hike, I had planned to get off the trail around Waynesboro, Virginia for a wedding in Shenandoah. I had a friend hike with me for 5 days out of Damascus, which we did 15-mile days. Then I picked up the pace to make it in time. I needed to average about 23 miles per day or something like 12 days to make it. Started with 29 and 28-mile days and averaged 23 for a 4-day push to Pearisburg. Then needed to repeat that to Daleville, but I slowed up and got there a day late. It was shortly after that I found out that the wedding was a day earlier than I had thought, so I was 2 days behind. I decided to get off at Buena Vista Island, which I had not wanted to do since I had stopped there during a section hike. So cut to Friday, the day before the wedding. I hiked into Glasgow for lunch, and a small resupply to get me through the night. I pack out half the pizza and begin to walk big uphill into the heat of the day. I chugged all my water by the top of the mountain, where I had decided to camp, so I needed to hike on to the next shelter, Punch Bowl. I had signal for what would be the last time, so decided to book my rental car from Enterprise and request a pickup from the road where the trail comes out. Declined. Pick a time when the store is open. Check the hours. They close at noon on Saturdays. Well, crap. I text my girlfriend the situation, and begin to hike downhill losing signal. Make it to Punch Bowl and run down with just my bottle and filter for water. Didn't bring my headlamp and it's getting dark quick. I ran back up the trail and got to my pack, took out my headlamp and kept hiking into the night. I only did maybe 3 miles and then had to look for a stealth spot to camp. I finally found a small, flat spot barely big enough for my tent right off the trail by like 2 feet. I threw up my tent and wasn't even hungry from dehydration. So I went to hang my food, smelly pizza included, from a tree, but I was looking for a suitable limb for like 10 minutes with no luck. Eventually I said screw it and threw my food into a tiny branch about 8 feet off the ground. In the tree right across the trail from my tent, maybe 10 feet out my front door. Go to sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. to large footsteps beside my tent. Probably not human because it was coming from the woods, not the trail. I shuffled my sleeping pad to scare it off. It just froze for a second, then kept wandering closer. All the deer I had seen were super skittish, and this creature was not, so I assumed it was a bear. I make as much noise as possible, and it detours a wide berth around the side of my tent. So I play some music from my phone while packing up loudly. Music ends and I hear nothing. I peeked out. Nothing. I pack up my tent while singing loudly, grab my food bag and hike off down the trail. I never ended up eating that pizza either. My friend and I were on Breakneck Pond in Harriman fishing. We were in the middle of the lake on a metal boat. It started pouring, so we went onto the tree line to the end of the lake, so lightning didn't screw us up. These kayakers asked us for help immediately after we got on land. My friend said that's your problem, but then I said I'll help real quick. It seemed to be a couple. They were oddly nice but seemed like they had some good hiking experience and what to do in hazards. So they claimed shelter was a half-mile going away from the campgrounds, so we decided to follow. I got a weird feeling as this skinny guy walked behind me, almost like he was going to blindside us with a knife, and his spouse was leading the group. So it then started hailing, then it got really painful. We were getting destroyed by dime-sized hail balls coming at a 30-mile-per-hour fall rate. I was really desperate to find shelter. Then I realized my friend and I were following random strangers into the woods. I knew those campgrounds like the back of my hand, so I finally realized that Camp Group didn't add cabins to the end of the pond. I got my friend and said, let's go the other way. They tried to get us to come back, but I refused. My gut feeling could have saved us from getting knifed by 2 strangers. We got back on the boat after the hail stopped, and the strangers were nowhere to be seen. The only kind of creepy thing that I happened on the Appalachian Trail was at Abingdon Gap Shelter, just before Damascus. It was a cold night and it had rained all day. It was also a new moon. I got out of my tent, probably around 10 p.m. to pee, and the fog was so heavy and with no moon. I lost sight of my tent after walking about 5 feet away. It just disappeared into the dark fog. Luckily, the stake strings were reflective, so I could still find it. But the thought of not having my headlamp and getting turned around was scary. It got down to like 30 that night, and I woke up to my tent covered in snow. Another incident that wasn't creepy as much as it was dangerous. There was this couple at a shelter in North Carolina. Randomly, they just started fistfighting, like full-on brawl. Then she started yelling at him that she was going to call the FBI and tell them where he was, and that he knows he has federal warrants. They did it again in the morning. Turned out he was armed, which I didn't know at the time. If I had, I probably would have moved on, because felon with a firearm with violent tendencies is a bad recipe. was in northern Mass just about a day or so from crossing over into Vermont. It was a bright, clear day, and I was on a long straight stretch of pines with no real hills to obscure my sight. About 100 yards ahead of me, I noticed a guy with an old-school giant framed pack and short 70s style gym shorts. Kinda peculiar, but not really surprising. He was stopped on the trail, turned around, saw me, then walked off the left side. When I got to where he was standing, I looked out to where he went and saw nothing. The trees were thin and spread out, kinda reminded me of the Pine Barrens, so it was definitely strange. Never saw him again for the rest of the trail. I'm sure it was just a random guy out section hiking, but his pack and clothes really made my imagination run wild. I also heard stories about a ghost in that particular area, but not sure if they were just telling me that to mess with me after the fact. Also, just past the ferry in Maine, I had a dog-sized black cat dart out in front of me on the trail. Looked it up when I got home, and there's an actual news story on what I saw somewhere else in New England. Still no idea of what it was. Maybe a Maine Coon. Cool to see it though. A family friend, while on her through hike, was brutally murdered at a shelter in Virginia. Years later, on my first through hike when I walked into Petersburg, I was shocked to find out that he had just been released from prison. 15 years for a double homicide. One of my first backpacking trips, I ran into an obviously homeless guy during lunch and chatted with him. He seemed to be on some kind of stimulant and kept trying to offer me drugs. After quickly finishing my food and making small chat with him, I dipped, assuming I wasn't going to see him again because he was nobo and I was sobo. I stopped again shortly after lunch because I didn't get a chance to smoke a bowl. He showed up and sat with me. I noticed him following me all day, and we ended up at the same camp area that night. After he went to sleep, I took down my tent and hiked another mile or two in the dark, which I attest at being why I didn't come out of the encounter injured or robbed. This experience is also why I don't understand at all why so many men are ignorant as to how dangerous backpacking is for women. My first through hike, southbound, I completed mostly with my best friend, but the creepiest thing happened during a short week or so when I was alone on the trail. My brother had picked me up for a few days to go hang out with my family and dropped me off solo in Dalton, Massachusetts. I went to the first shelter out of town to take a snack break, and there was a guy there who seemed to be cleaning out/up the shelter. I asked him a few questions, and he didn't really answer any of them and just seemed kind of weird. I thought it was odd, so I decided not to get a snack and continued to the next shelter. Here, I met a couple of guys who informed me that the Upper Goose Pond cabin was still open, and that if you stayed there, the caretaker would make you free pancakes. This sounded amazing, and I figured it was closed. Knowing that it was open, I decided to camp at this shelter with these two and had a great night. I slept in the next day, as I didn't have too long of a day to get to Upper Goose Pond. I packed up my tent and was eating a Pop-Tart when I noticed an odd movement in the woods. I looked up, and about 50 yards out is this weird guy from yesterday's snack break, hiding behind a tree with a freaking knife in his hands. Needless to say, I got up and moved as quickly as possible to Upper Goose Pond cabin. I'm hoping he was just doing some whittling, waiting for me to leave, and was likely a local homeless person looking for anything in the shelters another hiker might have left behind. He never chased me or anything, but that still creeped me out. Section hiking with my fiance around Winding Stair Gap in North Carolina. Stopped in the middle of the trail to prep for safety meeting. The forest was spooky silent. No birds, no bugs, no wind. Neither of us were talking when all of a sudden, 30 yards off trail and down slope, 4 to 6 trees the size of baseball bats started violently shaking. Whomp, 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 whomp. Then silence. Nothing. I thought maybe a bear had decided to climb out of a tree or maybe a tree fell. It was neither, not even close. The hair on my body stood on end, and I felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately. What can shake trees so violently? On another section hike, this time I was camping on Trey Mountain in Georgia. It was relaxing post-dinner, on a rock outcrop with 2 other hikers, a father and a son. We were discussing satellites and watching as they moved across the clear, cold night sky. I was watching what I thought was a satellite, until the object stopped abruptly. It shot across the sky in the opposite direction, zoomed back across the night sky, bolted downward towards the skyline, then once more back up and then vanished. I took a minute to digest what I just saw. Before I could get the full sentence, "Did you guys see that?" out of my mouth, they both replied, "Yup." But satellites don't change direction or move like that. I flip-flopped through hiked in 2021 before Carabasset Valley going Nobo, zeroed at the hostel of Maine. I was at a shelter with a few other through hikers and pitched my tent 150 to 200 feet away from the next closest person because I enjoy the peace and quiet. Anyway, I wake up at 2 a.m. to the biggest set of lungs breathing air in and out of my vestibule of my tent. My eyelids bolted open, and I just laid there perfectly still for about 10 to 15 seconds, and then the animal slowly walked away. I fell back asleep soon after. I knew that when it happened, it was a huge animal. I always assumed it was a moose, but maybe it was a 500-pound black bear. I don't know. Either way, a huge animal was within an arm's reach of me while I slept in central Maine. I also saw 9 black bears on the whole through. God, I missed that place so much. On my through hike, we found an abandoned backpack right on trail, near Siler Bald, near Franklin, North Carolina, that contained a cheap sleeping bag, a bunch of canned food, snacks, and a passport of a 14-year-old Colombian boy. Some people we were with and some day hikers called it into the authorities. It looked like it had been out there for a few days, and was gone through by someone already. A man with a bloodied machete limping his way past me as I was getting water off the trail. Said it was a bear. It was weird because he didn't ask for any help. He continued walking. It was getting dark and I didn't want to ask any more questions. I just let him get away ahead of me. I was stealth camping, so I didn't want him to see where I was camped. I was too exhausted to care, but I had my knife and a stick with me, just in case. I don't remember where I was, but it was probably Tennessee. I decided to set up camp in a clearing, camping alone for the first time. I didn't start in Georgia. I had been out for only a few weeks. I decided I wanted to see the stars, so I slept without my rainfly on. At about 11 p.m., I heard footsteps on the trail. I thought, thank God someone is going to camp with me. I kept my eyes closed, trying to time sleep while I listened to them. Heard them stop closer and closer. Okay, they're checking out my tent, no big deal. They'll be setting up soon. They get closer and closer. I keep my eyes closed, but I start to get anxious at how close they're getting. A few seconds later, I feel something prod my feet from outside the tent. I shot up and made a grunt, and it booked it away from me. Grabbed my flashlight, but I was clumsy, and it got away. Whatever it was, its footsteps were pretty heavy. It had enough force to poke my foot like a hand would, and whatever illusion I saw in the shadows scampering away looked at least as big as a large dog. Thought that could just be adrenaline. Needless to say, the rest of the night I slept with my arms crossed, bear spray in one hand and flashlight in the other. On 2 separate occasions during my southbound trip, I had helicopters circle above me to see if I was the murderer on the run in the area. One, who was an ex-cop that killed his wife, was arrested about a mile down the trail from where I was camped, on the lawn of a deli in New York. The other was the Parkman Maine killer, who was believed to be hiding in the 100-mile wilderness when I hiked through. I also had a shuttle get stopped at a roadblock checkpoint in Virginia, where the cops held up a photo of a man they were on the hunt for. The shuttle driver told the cops to let me take a good look so I could keep an eye out for him on the trail. I asked what the guy was wanted for and was told, he's just someone we want to talk to. My hiker hunger actually saved me from a potentially horrific encounter. I backtracked to the road crossing after realized I'd passed an easy deli stop and ended up camping there. Then, a couple hours later, the choppers were circling the area and detectives actually showed up at the deli. That's when I learned there was a murderer on the loose. The next morning I hit the trail and noticed blood drops and splatter on the boardwalk along the route. I later learned that the cop/suspect slit his wrist. Eventually, he was taken into custody just past the end of the boardwalk, which is where I had originally considered stealth camping that night. This was just south of Pawling, New York, Appalachian Trail train stop. I was a first-timer this past summer, so this may be a normal story people encounter on the trail. I did most of a week just through hiking in Vermont and Massachusetts. I was with my friend and his mom, and because of his mom being a bit older, we didn't do many hours or miles of hiking during the day. But we ended up having to camp somewhere because one of the shelters was closed, and we found recommendations for this spot on a hiking app. I felt a bit sketched out at first, but we met some friendly people there, and some even stopped in our camp to eat with us before moving on. One guy was hiking with a giant tub of cheese balls. I was exhausted because I think this was day 3 or 4, and I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to being touched through my tent. My heart started racing, and I bolted up in the pure darkness and put my flashlight on to try to scare whatever it was away, and I could hear this cacophonous noise all around of what sounded like hundreds of somethings running around my tent. My friend sleeps with earplugs, but said my flashlight was moving around like a rave. Things were bouncing around my tent, pushing in the canvas from all sides, jumping on top of it, etc. I still don't know what they are, but it sounded like a horde of whatever it was, possibly rats or mice. Once I started to sort of try and analyze what it was. After a while, it went away, but then after sleeping again, eventually for a little bit it came back. and we repeated the entire process all over again. When I was 16, my then boyfriend and I decided to pack up and trek up the mountain and stay as long as we could. Given we were young and dumb and looking for adventures without the knowledge of actually surviving in a mountain, we did not last long, 15 days. The first few days were fantastic, a real top-tier camping trip. After almost a week, we both started to develop the sensation that we were not alone. Not a good feeling in these mountains. Usually, like anyone, you blame it on your mind playing tricks and the isolation. But it was just intensifying as a few more days passed on. Soon, no matter where we trekked or what we did, we felt that we were in danger. But like two young, dumb teenagers, we tried our best to just ignore it and convince ourselves that it was in our heads. So on a trek for water, we decided we want to follow this stream and explore. Certainly nothing new for us. We frolicked and jumped across slippery rocks, trying not to fall in, making it a competition. Eventually, because of the landscape, we had to separate from the stream and get further and further away from it. We start tying bandanas to trees and whatever accessories we had on us to help us from not getting turned around whenever we were done exploring. Eventually, we got miles into the deep woods, just completely lost track of everything. My boyfriend was about 20 feet in front of me, and we realized we had entered in a little cleared out patch about 100 feet in circumference. It was strange considering how off any path we were at this point. We both stopped walking at the same time, and he spun around, and we just stared at each other in confusion. It was one of those moments where there was no question of what the other was feeling. Straight up fear. Then the most deafening roaring sound that lasted for maybe 30 seconds while the ground shook and the trees vibrated. I remember looking all around, but being so panicked that I visually couldn't pick up on anything much further than where my boyfriend had been standing. As soon as it stopped, we both started heading straight back. We did not run. We didn't even walk with a sense of urgency. We did not look at each other. We didn't speak to each other. We just left. We actually didn't even speak about it until maybe a month later after we left the mountain. That is definitely the strangest of all of my experiences up there. Sometimes it feels it's the most terrifying. But then again, I don't know if it was a supernatural phenomenon or possibly just some strange rare occurrence that could have been scientifically explained. So I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. So, we get back to our camp after this ordeal, and of course it was just eerily quiet between us. Then, lo and behold, the zipper on the tent was open the entire way. Looking back, we probably should have booked it back down the mountain that night, but we were both already in such shock, and at this point just paralyzed with an ominous presence, that we just climbed in and laid there awake until the morning, jerking at every little noise. To add to this bit, when I went to dig some food for breakfast, I seen that all of our clothes were unfolded, my books were missing, and some of our food was open but not missing. We stayed for a few more days with a few more strange eerie experiences, and decided it wasn't fun anymore, it was just terrifying. We both just left. I mean, full out left our tent pitched, our clothes, our food, cooking supplies, everything. By the time we got to the bottom of the mountain, it was pitch black, and the cicadas were screaming, and we felt like we were being followed the entire way, even out onto the main road. Not even a week later, we left my place at about 6 a.m. to walk back up to our tent to get our things. We didn't want to go, but decided we needed to just not leave all of our stuff behind. When we got there, our tent was ripped to pieces and all of our stuff just completely strewn everywhere. The stuff being everywhere didn't weird me out so much, as I thought maybe it was a bear being curious. But a 2-person tent just being shredded into like 30 pieces was just the completely ominous cherry on top of our trip. I was southbound in 2023. Shortly after leaving Damascus, I was hammock camped about 200 yards north of Cross Mountain Road. At dawn, I woke to the unmistakable snuffing sounds of a big bear. It has crossed under my hammock and was sniffing my pack, which was leaning against the tree to which the foot of my hammock was hung. I started yelling like crazy, and I flipped my hammock over in order to get out quickly. Despite all the commotion, the bear still came closer and literally started to drag my pack. At its closest, I could have touched him if I made a long reach. However, when I stood up, he took off running down the slope. Please note, my food was properly hung out of camp, but the bear could obviously smell something in my gear. I found out that another father and son had seen the same bear in their camp the night before, about a mile further north. In their case, the bear had taken one of their fanny packs and trashed it, destroying photo equipment. They closed that section of the trail to camping. Just a few dozen yards from Bear Garden Hostel, there is an old pavilion. I was taking a break there, cooking my dinner on a short brick wall. I was southbound and had heard rumors from the northbound hikers of a weird guy who they had encountered. Consequently, I was keeping an eye open for him. The man came out just as I was getting ready to eat. I could tell it was him because he was hiking in six, no shoes, and was toting a big gallon jug. I engaged him because it was obvious he wasn't well. I offered him my dinner and he ate it. I tried to get info from him, but he was very vague and dissociative. He claimed to be a government agent sent to train kids. He told me he had taken his boots off because they were full of razor blades. He went on about being hunted down and how we needed to protect the kids. I knew that he was needing a psych eval and probably a hospital. I asked him if he would go with me to get him a bed. He started getting jumpy. Eventually, I got him to walk just far enough so I could get internet from Bear Gardens. Then I called the cops. That's when he got cold feet and took off. The cops arrived en masse, about 5 units with probably 8 to 10 officers. Through searched that section for about 4 miles. Never found him. So that guy was out there in the rhododendron forest with sticking feet, a day pack, and a plastic jug. Jeez, I hope he got out alive. My last day on the trail before I got off, there were 2 bobcats screaming like crazy at 1 a.m. Scared the living crap out of me until I realized that they were bobcats. Just crazy, blood-curdling screams. So I ask you guys, what are some of your weird and scary stories? About 15 years ago, I was doing a week-long section hike in February. Hiked all day and was planning on staying at the Quarry Gap shelter in Pennsylvania, and there was a tall, creepy homeless guy staying in one of the shelters. He was babbling about all sorts of weird stuff. NSA was watching him. His brother stabbed him with an ice pick. Did I believe in God? Were there cameras in the woods reading his thoughts, etc.? I decided I would hike another 7 miles in the dark to the Rocky Mountain shelter when the guy decides to tag along and babble more bizarre things. I figured I was going to have to smack him upside the head with a rock and leave him in the Catalona State Park. But when I got to Route 30, I gave him $10 and told him he should go into town because there were special agents in the woods possibly looking for him. I watched him as he walked off in the distance, and then I double-timed it to the shelter. I slept with one eye open that night. I showed up at 11 p.m. to a shelter with nobody else there and tried cooking up some quick mashed potatoes and was bombarded with a swarm of moths. I couldn't see anything without my headlamp, but they were so bad I attempted to cook in the dark. They were diving straight into the flames of my stove. I began eating the potatoes in the dark, and to my horror, I realized several powdery white moths made it into my Idahoans. One and only time I ever set up my tent in a shelter, completely out of desperation. Even then, about a dozen of them made it inside the tent with me. Every time someone brings up this shelter, I ask him if they encountered any moth swarms, but nobody has any idea what I'm talking about. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed it in a post-night hike haze. In the Smokies, there were two guys, not hikers, with a hatchet high on cough syrup and mushrooms, threatening people at one of the shelters. Also, a tree fell and smashed part of a shelter a couple of nights before I got there. And at Uncle Johnny's hostel, a worker offered to trade a cooking stove and some gear to a female hiker in exchange for some favors. She had her stuff stolen off of a bear cable near Mac's Patch, and he turned into a scumbag. The most scared I ever was on trail was not on the AT, but on the Benton Makey trail. I was hiking southbound late in the fall, and I'd been alone every night since the Fontana Hilton. I was pretty far along, I think already in Georgia. I got into an established campsite late in the afternoon. There was a fire ring and an obvious tent space. I went to the water source and it was dry, but I'd run into that a lot on this particular hike, so I was good for the night. Pitched my tent without looking around much, since there was an obvious spot. Cooked and ate by the fire ring and hung my food. Before I could fall asleep, wind like a freight train started up. My tent pole had broken a couple of nights earlier, so I knew that my pitch was pretty sketchy. I wasn't sure that all of my gear was secure enough to weather the storm, but I was sure that if I got out of my tent to check on things, I'd be risking some or all of my gear being scattered on the hillside. And all I could think about was the fact that my tent spot was so obvious that I never really checked for widowmakers. Despite 45 years of experience and having completed an AT through, I couldn't think of a single thing I could do to keep myself safe. I put all the most important gear that I had in the tent with me into my trash compactor bag and curled up on top of it and prayed. Seemed like 45 minutes, but was probably only 10 or 12. The winds stopped as suddenly as they had started, and I was so exhausted from the stress that I was asleep in minutes. I had some feral dogs follow me out of town one night, which was pretty unnerving. Took a hitch from a screwed up old dude who lightly refused to let us leave his truck for a minute. Descending the presidential ridge in a thunderstorm was incredibly stupid of me. Had a bear check us out one night on the trail. Actually, the statues at the north end of the long trail were creepy too. Really, the whole long trail in October was spooky. If you're young and hiking alone, please be more careful than I was. At the Church of the Mountain Hostel in Delaware Water Gap, there was an ex-Amish hiker. He was really weird. He hiked in jeans and a cowboy hat. He told me some days he didn't eat food, and there was a female hiker stalking him that he didn't want to get involved with because it would have caused him legal problems. I heard from others that he said he could move through parallel universes and he was on parole, so he couldn't leave the state of Pennsylvania. He had set his stuff up on the teepee outside because he thought it would be fun to sleep in. But as it got later into the night, he just sat in a chair in the living room and watched as people one by one fell asleep on the couches that they had claimed. Eventually, one of the older guys told him, "Hey, you gotta go to your teepee now, we're turning off the light." People thought he was going to kill everyone. Some slept clutching their tent poles. I met a weird guy at a hostel that I'm 90% sure stole my battery bank, but I can't prove that. He was a pretty quiet dude who just hung around the edges of groups, but constantly complained about the Appalachian Trail compared to other trails that he had hiked. I didn't really think much of him compared to other weird folks I had met so far, but he ended up being a pretty bad creep. By the time we leave, my groups had pretty much enough of him, so we're happy to leave him behind at the hostel when we head out. He had been talking about getting off and going on to another trail, so we thought that would be the last we saw of him. A few hours later, we stopped for lunch at a shelter, and the guy was already there set up for the night. He never passed us while hiking, so he had to have yellow blazed there and was suddenly pretty talkative to us. We humored him, ate lunch, and got out of there as his energy was really now off-putting. Luckily, that was the last we saw of him. I kept tabs on his socials just to be safe, and he ended up switching trails a few days later. But he was definitely the scariest guy I met on the trail, excluding some random crazy people in Pennsylvania.